Hello and welcome to part 2 of my family sport stream. If you were here last night, you'll know we did roughly 5 hours of family sport games. Family sport being a Senca plug and play device, or Senca developed. Senca made the software, lots of companies sold it. They came in various forms like Wii's and handheld devices, just knock-off consoles really. And say we covered about half the games we had to cover last night. So that means we might be in for another 5-hour stream today. We will see how long it goes on for though, and if I need a part 3 or not. But first of all, let's say hello to the people in the chat. We have Aussie Guy in early saying hello. We have Cow with oh no more plug and plays. Yes, Cow. We did do a little cow themed intro there with cows playing hide and seek. And we also have Lo-Fi Kills in asking what's the worst plug and play I've found so far. And that is a very difficult question to answer. And so I've had a bit of a long discussion with myself about that before the stream started. Honestly, it depends what your criteria is. So, I mean, things like this, you're going to waste a lot of time trying to find a good game. Others just outright bad from the start because they only contain one game. It's difficult to say, but we will look at more units and maybe you can come to your own conclusions at some point over this month and maybe a little bit after, I don't know. Depends how things go. Anyway, also we have Smedis 2, welcome Smedis, and we have Ryan Holtz in from the start this time. So, hey Ryan, thank you for the donation in the last stream, it's always good to see you. And the Ogre who kindly provided all the timestamps once again for the plug and plays, and we broke YouTube's chaptering because there's obviously a limit on the number of chapters. So we had to put a few games together. And we've got Evie, my other half, saying, "Hey Squish, good to see her." And she's out having a meal with her work colleagues right now. So I hope you're doing well and take care. You got your Sunday good. I hope you enjoy that. And if you want to watch along, that's always good. And if not, spend time with your work colleagues, and I'll catch you later. So we've also got Mr. Outer Heaven, and that is all caught up. So yeah, not that many in the chat earlier this time, but honestly, I can't blame anybody if they don't want to be watching plug and play games because they're kind of bad. So let's bring our volume back up. Let's change views to horizontal and full screen ourselves. Now, we started off by looking at the hide and seek game, which is just selecting the square where the animal that makes the sound is. So, you know, the cat's over there, and the cat goes meow, and, you know, you saw me play through it just on the pre-stream. I don't think it's randomised, so this is hide and seek, one of the educational games, which, you know, if you get the sound, match the sounds to the image correctly, it will give you a tick, and if you don't, it will give you a cross. There you go. You see. That's all. I was yours first, was I, Ryan? Yeah, the VT1682 games are a bit rough, aren't they, Smedders? So yeah, we've got meow, meow. So you get the idea. I mean, I don't think we need to look more at hide and seek. It's a very simple game. So we'll just exit out the unit for now while I get my list back up on the screen, so I know what we are looking at. Yeah. So let's refire up the M512 Neo, which is by Millennium something in... Yeah, the Millennium M521 Arcade Neo 2.0. These things have silly names, but yeah. This one was sold mostly in Germany, I think. But yeah, they've got different names all over the place. Different companies sold them. A lot of the time it's the same software, slightly different menus. But we'll start with an action game, Spring Mouse. Now, this is one of the slightly rougher ones. It's got really bad scrolling, as you can see, but that's not the emulation, that is just the game. But yes, you're a mouse with a spring, and you're meant to be reaching higher platforms, and it's just, yeah, it's not a good one, this. I did play this on original hardware, and it was just as nasty, because it centres on the screen whenever you land on a platform, which is really bad design, because it just means the scrolling jolts all of a sudden. But obviously whoever programmed this does not know how to program in good scrolling. I mean, centering on your platform is fine, but it should really do it smoothly, not just suddenly jump to where it is. There we go, we've climbed up the first tower. And that is all this one is. It's using your spring to climb up the tower. So the description is quite literal. I mean, it's not about mice and spring, it's about a mouse on a spring. If I'm thinking about games involving springs, I can think of the CPC game, the Spectrum game, Thing on a Spring. I think Hopper Robo on the arcades is kind of spring-based, and there's a few out there. But this is just your basic platformer. I mean, it's technically not awful, it's just not well programmed, and could have, with a little bit of effort, could have been much better. Say, especially the scrolling is just the worst. Do any of the plug and plays have protection? If you're counting internal ROMs as protection, I guess so. And some of the units seem to check the behaviour of timers quite extensively and will just reset if enough timer checks fail. So I don't know if that's to try and stop people copying onto other hardware types, or just to try and ensure they're working properly. But yeah, some of them have odd routines in that sense. And maybe you'd count the actual glob logic as kind of protection in itself, because they're really hard to dump, some of them. So I don't know. It's those mini handhelds also, yeah, I'd say they have some of those have protection, because they have an extra microcontroller of some sort under one of the smaller globs that controls the menu. So the actual current menu value is stored on a microcontroller of some sort, and it writes commands and reads back the current menu position. So to get those working, I had to simulate some other device. So I mean, they're not protected in the same way that some arcade games would. We're not going to see like a Taito Bubble Wobble level protection on any of these, but there's a little bit. I think some of the later VT ones use a similar extra device as well, which may be menu related. But the games themselves, I've not seen much in the way of protection. Anyway, Spring Mouse, mouse climbing tower on a spring. It's what it says it is. Say some of them, yeah, some can be atrociously hard to dump, as Ryan says. I don't know who's letting off fireworks here or why, but if you hear fireworks, that is Why? You wish you had the man who fixed Final Lap 2 and 3 in MAME. Well, you know, I'm not sure Evie's ever going to play Final Lap, but maybe I should have been with you instead, Cam. So skipping is skipping. You press the button to jump over the rope. Well, somebody who looks like they're wearing a mushroom casually just, you know, swings the rope around at different speeds, and your life counter looks like a sheep. Pokemon characters, yeah, probably inspired by Pokemon. Slower. Slower. To the Pokemon DS characters, not so original then. It is funny how sometimes you just find these random stolen characters in the games. At other times they're clearly trying to do everything above board with their own assets and everything else. But yeah, the rope speed changes, but essentially it's a single button game where you're just pressing a button to jump over the rope. I think this belongs more on one of the fitness units than in a handheld, you know, because if you actually had to jump at the right time, this would make sense. But when you're just pressing a button, yeah, it doesn't make much sense. We're going back to mushroom theme. So, rope skipping. We'll stick with action for now and go to the pool party. With this one's another press a single button to jump in at the right time. So again, this might work on some fitness unit, but it doesn't really work on a handheld. And this, I've not seen this on any of the actual Wii clone ones from memory. I think this is only in the handhelds. Although I could be wrong. But even on the Wii clones, it's probably not going to be based on the motion control, because all the mini games just use the D-pad and buttons. Maybe because they couldn't be bothered to draw their own sprites for a generic rope skipping game. Yes. You have the stream in an unfortunate position. Oh dear. So yes, if you want to watch people who clearly can't swim, 12 people, 200 points. I will not restart. So yeah, okay, pool party, and yeah, we'll do one more action game for now. We'll do Elvish Boy. Oh look, we've got another platformer. And it's very similar to that other one. Again, you're firing the water bubble. In fact, maybe this is close to the one in the other unit. As we discussed, you know, very generic platformer. But there's another one in this unit that plays almost identically. But I think the level layout here might be similar to the Code Lyoko one. But projectiles the same, just different graphics. I think there's an argument to be made that the later ones do support the road mode that is also on the one that the GPO 16250, and I think also the one that the non-UNSP one that Hyperscan uses, because Speed Racer uses that road mode, and some of the guitar games do too, and obviously some of them have high sprite capacities. And I think you're probably going to find, say, different compressed sound formats on some of them. But yeah, it's not quite clear exactly what all the differences are. But yeah, this tech showed up all over the place, and there's so many little variations on it too. Ones with internal ROMs. I mean, the 16250 has an internal ROM. Usually it's used for just bootstrap, but on the the mini handheld, It's used for the actual BIOS. And then you've got ones used on some of the other mini arcades too, which seem to only use the, you know, the 1.0, 1.2 architecture, but also have internal ROMs. Things like the Stranger Things based Palace Arcade unit, and some of the other mini arcade things that aren't very good. And those say, I need to work out how to extract the internal ROM on those, but the code in the external ROM never seems to touch any hardware registers at all, and it's not really clear what any of it's meant to do. So, you know, knowing even how to hack those to get them to display anything that could dump the internal ROM is a bit of a nightmare. Anyway, say that was just another platform game, same engine as one we've seen before. Now, Star War was also renamed to something else on one of the units, but we'll come back to that one later. For now, I'm going to move those out of this part of the list into another file, and we're going to scroll down to a different section, because one thing I've noticed, we've not done many of the relaxing games. I say relaxing. How relaxing are these? Yes, they do like Taito style platformers. The bat belongs to MMO Maple Story, so that's also stolen, is it, Neutrino Fire? But yeah, the Sun Plus tech is everywhere, as Ryan says. It's one of the most prolific CPU cores, and a few years ago it wasn't even in MAME. So, well, maybe there were 1 or 2 games running on it, and nobody paid much attention to it, and now there's all these. So, Homeward Journey is a puzzle style game. It's one of those where you can go in a single direction and you move until you hit an object, and you don't want to walk off the map, basically. My favourite version of this concept is probably the bonus rounds in Codemaster's Quick Snacks for the CPC and Spectrum. But say it's a very simple concept. No cow this time. We have this goat or ram. Yeah, a lot of things got enabled with that. So yeah, if I walk off the edge of the map, you know, I go home somewhere else. So don't do that. You've just got to plan your route around the level and the obstacles. Very slow paced. Yeah, Ashin's videos, you know, often give you ideas to do things, I find. I mean, it's one of the reasons I started being interested in these plug and play units, the guitar ones, is his coverage of Guitar Fever, I think it is. You know, it's just like, oh yeah, we really should emulate those. He's also covered quite some of the handhelds, some of the ones that aren't dumped yet, I think. I have messed this up, haven't I? Yeah. Oh, well. Oh no, I didn't even see that there because of the tree, so I didn't mess it up at all. So, yeah, very simple puzzle game. Let's go the wrong way. Apparently trees don't stop you on the edge of the map. There you go. So let's just fail. Simple puzzle game. If you like that type of thing. Yeah. So yeah, Ashen's covered some of those mini handhelds, like the one I've been trying to add sound to recently, but he got the older versions in about 2010 when they started coming out, so they've got more of the Mario characters still intact. Unfortunately, we've not managed to dump a lot of the earlier ones. Find fault is one of those, you know, spot the differences things. You know, what's different between these two pictures. So, say there's a rock up there that's not on this one. There's going to be pattern differences in the spots, aren't there? Again, this type of thing you find in a lot of the plug and plays. Where are the other differences? I'm not very good at these things, you know. Never have been. Oh yeah, there's a shadow difference here, yeah. Get help. Oh, down there it says. Oh yeah, slightly longer. There's the other one. Oh, the eye's slightly bigger. These are very subtle. I'll just use the help feature, and the rock texture's different there, which you can barely see. Yeah, the sheep just walk through the tree. The things on the edge of the map don't count, which is kind of silly. Oh look, it looks like a slide tile puzzle, but it's actually still a spot the difference game. Just with lots of different tiles. I don't... Where are the difference? I mean, I don't think there's much point in me playing this. Nothing there. Nothing there. Oh look, there's something there. The eye's bigger. So I lose some lives. I lose some more lives. And there we go, game over. It's fine, the differences thing. And there's not much else to say about it. It implements the rules of the game just fine. I think it's got a selection of different pictures. I'm not sure. I don't think it's always the same if we fire it back up. Yeah, different pictures. So, if you want to spend some time doing these, I'm sure there aren't many pictures, but if this is your thing, then yeah, it'll keep you busy. I mean, one thing I was thinking about this, I spent 5 hours on the first part, so if you bought one of these for a kid for a long journey, they could spend 5 hours playing the games, and that's your journey probably done. So they serve a purpose in that sense. The stream died for you. I'm not seeing any drop frames, so I think that's probably YouTube, Ryan. So what have we got here? It's a bejeweled type thing, isn't it? So swap those, and you've got to clear the pieces that make up the shape in the middle to move on to the next level. So this area here. If you clear pieces within that area, it gets rid of the coloured background, and will eventually progress you onto the next stage. So there is some strategy to trying to clear certain areas of the screen first, although kind of a limited amount, just due to the nature of where the pieces fall a lot of the time. You can plan things, but quite often there's only one or two moves you can even make. So, yeah, again, a reasonable implementation of the idea. I've played far worse versions of this type of thing. Clear some there, can't we? So, what are we doing? Get rid of those. Now, there's only this one piece to clear here, if I can find anything good to drop where I need it. In fact, I can just do that, can't I? There we go. Level complete. Yeah, how do you even say that? Ununium. Nothing like giving your emulators difficult to pronounce names. But yeah, MAME was the first to do audio, you're right. And I'm pretty sure there's still various CPU bugs in that other emulator. It took a while to refine things and get us where we are. And obviously that doesn't do any of the 2.0 stuff either, which I still think there are CPU bugs. I mean, there's one of the games in the other unit that I wonder if there's opcode decoding bugs actually, because I couldn't find any code in it to write the background register, and there must be code somewhere. But we'll see. Anyway, so bejeweled tile matching thing, actually a pretty good implementation with a goal on each level. Can't complain about that one. If you want to play that, it's a decent little one to play. A Brick Blaster is one of your Arkanoid style games. Obviously no analog controls, but it's quite slow paced, so you don't need them. You were hoping the stream would die for you, Bob. No such luck. You might still be here in 5 hours again. I don't know. I say I don't mind it if people want to drop out, because, like I say, we are generally looking at fairly average at best material. There's the odd good game in there, like the last one we just played, the Bejeweled clone. It's actually one of the better Bejeweled clones I've played on any of these plug and plays. Now this seems to get it right, get the ball movement pretty good for this kind of game. It's not always just going off at the same angles. It's not perfect. It doesn't seem to entirely depend on where it lands on your bat, unfortunately, which is the best way to do it. But at least there is some variety to the angles it goes off at, which means you're not just going to end up in a loop hitting the ball in the same place every single time. Yeah, it's It's alright, this one. It's a, say, very basic, bare bones Arkanoid. See, I expected to go to the right if I hit it on the right of the bat like that, and it doesn't always, so you don't really have control, but still. There are worse versions of this. There are worse arcade versions of this. But, it's alright. Does a job. Just a bit boring. And so you really want a first level that's quicker to clear. So you don't want multiple hit blocks in a first level, but there probably aren't many levels. So one of the things you see with these games, they either start too easy and you clear the first 5 levels of like 8 levels in no time, or they have levels that just take ages, and this is the latter. Yeah, you see, Arkanoid, say it's alright for a kid if you know you want a basic Arkanoid game. I mean, this is a relaxing section, and it's definitely that. You might have to drop out for once. That's alright, Bob. I mean, it's always good to have you here, but real life takes priority over this kind of thing. So it's Space Invaders, but with bees. So kind of a cross between, you know, Galaxian and Space Invaders. But with power-ups too. Very simple. Most of these plug-and-play units have some sort of Space Invaders game, and this is the one commonly found in these family sports units. You can see it's even got the family sport type characters, so this is one of the earlier games that was developed alongside the original sports games. So, very basic, but again, if you want to introduce a kid to basic shooting game mechanics on a handheld that you don't mind if they break, this is fine. Inoffensive. Doesn't obviously have the nice doo-doo doo-doo type sounds and anything else. But big boss bee. Or wasp. I don't know. Takes lots of more hits. We should get rid of this too. Quite easy, this one. Yes, it's very much like Space Castle. It's interesting to see the variations on Space Castle too, like the 2-player version and the one where all the graphics have been changed for no apparent reason. You know, it changed it to birds and an archery theme. There we go. You kill the big one, and all the rest die. Move along, and apparently we have Electronics Arts building in the background. No, I don't think that's the same EA. It's got an arrow going to the right, but you can't go to the right. It's not flip screen. Kind of a misleading arrow, that. But I don't know. Space Invaders type thing. Space Invaders with Tosei / SNK Sasuke versus Commander Elements. Except the falling enemy doesn't kill you, thankfully. Falling enemies killing you is a real pain. Cartoon match. What's cartoon match? Oh, okay. Yeah, cartoon match. I remember. It's swapping pieces around, because we all love to do that. So if you build the complete character head, it clears it off. It's a bit different. I can't actually remember any arcade games with this exact mechanic. It's a bit like Free Cell in the sense you can pick up multiple bits of towers and move them around. Am I thinking of Solitaire? I can't remember which one I'm thinking of. But yeah, see, I'm probably going to lose if I put that there. No, I can't put that there because there's too many in that stack, which makes sense. I can put that there though. I can take this head and put that there. Stop dropping them there. I want to put a piece there. I want to clear off this. But yeah, you're matching the 2 pieces of each tile. It kind of works as a concept. obviously against the time limit. I've got to get another one in time, otherwise I will fail. There we go, I've completed it in time. Yeah, wasp. It looked very waspy. Even though the game is called Minibee. But yeah, this is a bit of a different take on the falling piece puzzle. Not altogether awful. Would benefit from, you know, proper mouse controls, not having to move the cursor with a D-pad. That there, in fact. But you could do worse. But I think we've seen enough of Cartoon Match. And we can keep going down our list to we've done those, done that. Cake Party. Another puzzly game. Side-on view, bit like Zin Trick and that type of thing. There aren't many side-on puzzle games. Zin Trick, the game that only officially came out on the Neo CD, where there were fake prototypes sold of it, which were just hacked CD versions. There's probably a real prototype somewhere, but we're not going to find it now because everyone selling it is selling the hacked version as a prototype, because that's what people do. That's not what I want, please. So yeah, it's just matching 3. I can't remember if you can do diagonals. Obviously you can do chains if you want to do chains. Give me some cheese. Give me some cheese. So can we do diagonals? No, you can't do diagonals. It has to be straight rows. Which, yeah, I can see that there are diagonals already in the playfield. I just wanted to make sure that you can't do diagonals as a player, which kind of sucks. Oh, but you can do 3 in different shapes. Okay. So it's more Puyo type matching mechanics. Alright. Not columns. But yeah, again, very basic puzzle game. Yeah, you've got to time it to reach the goal too, and I will fail if I take too long, so there we go. I took too long, or I put the piece too near the edge now. The audio sounds like it came from a rolling sound canvas. It wouldn't surprise me if they just straight out copied sounds from elsewhere. The people who've worked in the arcade industry have, you know, contributed knowledge over time. I think some people have had games that have ended up as arcades, even if they didn't, or they weren't maybe developed primarily for it. But yeah, Ryan's been studying the SPG audio. I really want to try and see what the GPL 16250 needs. I think it's just going to be the same stuff with more channels, a bit like the SPG 110 stuff seems to be a more limited version where some of the volume registers don't do anything and some stuff's remapped. So the current SPG 110 emulation just kind of hooks into the existing core and ignores certain bits, which is a bit messy, but it gives us some sound. Let's go with Super Porter. Oh, it's one of these pickup boxes games, which I've already messed up by falling in the hole. Oh dear. Or have I? Yeah. I can't do anything from here apart from wait to be crushed. Nothing wants to crush me either. There we go. Oh no, not even crush me. They don't crush you. That's silly. Most of these games, if you stand under a block, you get crushed by the block. So now I'm not even sure what the lose condition would be in this one. It's just time, isn't it? You can't get crushed, just got to do it in time. Okay, so that's a bit different to these in most units. But yeah, it's just lining up rows. It's kind of pick up crate Tetris. But if I want the ones from here, I'm going to have to build myself a little set of stairs. In that case, I can start making better use of the pieces in the playfield. Again, there is a version of this on most plug-and-play systems you'll find. I don't know why. It's not the best concept, but everybody wanted a version of it. Plays a bit like Wario's Woods. That's probably where the idea came from then. Because I can't remember any arcade games with this mechanic. Obviously, again, it's one of those with a goal and your current score and a timer. And if you don't get enough points in time, you do it. But there's no opportunity for combos or anything like that. No variation in the crates. It is just this. And you can't get crushed, as we saw. So, not the most thrilling game. I'm sure Wario Woods itself has a lot more to the gameplay than this to make it exciting. I've not really played much of Wario's Woods. It is one I keep meaning to go and play. As you know, somebody who enjoys a good puzzle game, which this is not. I mean, not every puzzle game concept works. We looked at Panic Dizzy on the Spectrum stream and how broken that is as an idea. But you do need more to a puzzle game than this. So I'll complete the first level, because it makes sense to do that much. Yeah, Al worked at Apple, didn't he? Not so much arcade stuff. And look, the second level just seems to be the same as the first one. Don't think it's doing anything new, so we can move on. We'll do paper planes from Relax before we move somewhere else. Yeah, this is not a bad one from memory. You're steering the plane and avoiding stuff. You can't steer it back up, but you can steer it downwards. Simple concept, but yeah, it's not too challenging as long as you avoid the walls. Teaches the basics of steering mechanics, I'd guess. So you steer left, steer right. Try to get to the bottom. You don't seem to speed up or slow down. You do seem to go faster if you're going straight down, but that's just because you're going straight down, rather than actually going faster. It's a crap Glider Pro. Yeah, I've not played Glider Pro, but I wouldn't expect it to be an original concept, no. And the collision is a bit iffy, unfortunately, because you seem to be able to collide with the shadows of the wall. Or maybe not. I don't know. Just use the slight transparency effect to indicate invulnerability briefly when you respawn. Those were adjusted recently in MAME. It's actually harder to see things that are meant to be transparent now compared to before, I think, but it's meant to be more accurate to hardware now, based on tests. But it's actually hard to see that they are transparent. They seem to be rendered as close to solid these days, when before the transparency was very obvious. There we go. Goal. Yeah, I mean, I think the older hardware's got like 3 levels of blending. The newer hardware can blend much better, but I guess it's a little limited in what you can do with it. But yeah, they do use dithering a lot, for example on the menus there, rather than the actual blending. Okay, let's move these ones to my done list and see what we're going to do next. Oh, don't need to save that. So we should probably look at some of the sports games, shouldn't we? Let's fire up the OPlayer to do that. Let's have a look at bowling, darts, basketball, boxing and fishing. Again, I'm not going to play the versions that expect motion controls on the Wii clone units because they're a little bit awkward to try and play, because I think the motion controls just simulate a button being held for a length of time related to how hard you're swinging it, and that doesn't translate too well to MAME system. So bowling, line up your shot. Oh yeah, hold the button and release. And we didn't get a strike. Move down here. And gutter ball. That's no good. Free ski or space slalom it is not. No, nor is it Horace Goes Skiing. There are better weaving in and out of games. And yes, they're usually associated with skiing rather than flying paper planes, but it is the same basic game mechanic of being able to rotate. This is competent enough. Obviously, it's no Wii Sports Bowling, which it was trying to appeal to be, you know, because this is one of the ones from the original sports clone units when they were advertised as Wii, you know, a cheaper alternative to the Wii. Spare. No animations, it's just bare bones. And that's what you want with a bowling game. Half the fun is the animations when you get strikes. This just has nothing. You know, I got a spare, no animation, just a bit of a whistle. No animation to tell me it's a split. It's, again, like most of these things, it's bare bones. But it animates quite nicely in terms of the ball. Sound effects are as you'd expect. You can't really curve the shots, unfortunately. They just curved if you don't put enough power on them. So really you always want maximum power. A little bit basic. Super Game's very good. You like these ones, do you, Edson? I mean, I think people could take them and maybe, you know, take the assets and maybe make better games out of them. Or somebody should do maybe a proper demonstration of what the Sun+ games could have been. But, you know, if you were growing up and you didn't have anything else and you really were too poor to afford a Wii, I guess you may have ended up with these and even finding some enjoyment in them. But we'll try and play, you know, one frame. Ooh, didn't hold it. Oh, now I've got, yeah, wrong angle. The NES has a glider clone that seemed nice. You added the homebrew board. Is it, I mean, it'd be nice if it was added to the soft list if it's eligible. If it's too recent or still for sale or something, then obviously it can't be. Oh look, another spare. But this game is already dragging on a bit and there's really nothing more to it. Not going to get a strike. It is in. Okay, good. I'll have to get a list of the more interesting ones to try out for another stream. Like that Titanic one you just got added on the multi-game. And those recent ancient ones you were showing off. Because they look pretty good. No strike for me. Yeah, I think even the strata bowling is much better than this Aussie guy. Most bowling games are. This just does the minimum. Simpsons bowling might not be. Simpsons bowling is awful. But yeah, at least most proper bowling games have animations and, you know, funny little cartoons. This just has a game. Too bad. Apparently I didn't score very well. That's not surprising. So that was bowling. Let's have a look at darts. 301 or 501. 301 will be quicker. So the dart will automatically circle the board. You can hold a button to go up and down. Then press a button and you get your power bar. Or no, you hold the button. Well, yeah, it's not very intuitive, and it's even less intuitive with the motion controls. I say motion because, like I said, it's not real motion. It just measures how strong your swing is. Oh dear. The blended sprites always render last. Well, it's transparency over the background. You can see it used there on the fade effects for the text. I mean, every system that supports transparency is limited in some ways. I mean, you know, there's all the discussion about how the Saturn transparencies aren't real, but that's. I mean, you can do sprite on sprite transparencies. Oh no, you can't do sprite on sprite transparencies. You can do sprite on background transparencies, or something like that. I can't remember now. It's you know, there's always limits. But yeah, this is very hard to aim at anything, which is not what you want from a darts game. Anyway, yeah, I think the beer bottles explain the aiming. That it's not a good darts game. It's barely playable. Basketball. This is some funky music. Hold and throw. And you've got a time limit. You've got to score as many. Well, you've got to score again. It's one with a points goal and a time limit. Oh look, I missed. But again, I don't know if this would be more challenging with the actual, you know, motion controls, because even though I had the units, the motion controls were so bad they weren't worth talking about. Because it just measures the power, and I think, you know, the stronger you swing it, the more power you gave. On this, I don't even know how the power comes into play on this game. I don't think it does. Look, I might not make it. Yeah, all sorts of little limitations on what you can do, like any hardware. I mean, we're discussing, you know, System 32 has certain limits, Saturn has different limits, and this hardware has different limits. Obviously, things like the Mega Drive didn't do proper transparencies. They had, you know, shadow highlight bits, which were its own thing. Sega's older boards had their thing. You always have to consider how transparencies are going to work in hardware, even modern hardware. It's not always straightforward. Just because a hardware supports transparencies does not mean you can use it how you want to use it. It all comes down to mixing and the type of buffers that are used for rendering. And there we go. But yeah, basketball is just, you know, throw it in the hoop. Boxing. Well, I didn't get the boxing gloves out. I do have a drawer full of boxing gloves from these units. But, But yeah, directions and buttons. It's like a bad Punch-Out clone. Now, one of the more interesting boxing plug-and-plays is actually the Radica one, which is marked as not working in MAME because it runs on Zavix hardware, and you would have thought maybe it's not working because the motion controls make it difficult to emulate. But it actually seems like that one, the controller of an MCU just translates your movements into virtual button presses. So technically it does work, but instead of having any kind of motion control, it just works as sort of a 6-button game. So I don't know if you can consider it working or not, but in this case, it's this one's much less complex in the first place. Unless, of course, the button controls are some debug feature in Radica boxing, but I think the controller MCU just converts your movements rather than the game code. Unlike the Japanese Zavix games, where it's all to do with the game code interpreting the movements and doing something with them, which is why they're so hard to emulate. Yeah, Ryan is explaining the limitations of the simplest transparencies in the chat. So yeah, a basic boxing game. The pre-rendered graphics here aren't too bad, but there's not much in the way of gameplay. I don't know if you can even block. Oh yeah, you can block by pressing that button right, if you want to. There is a harder difficulty mode where that might be more important, but on easy mode you just, slapping him around the face with your boxing gloves. You can't do any low blows or anything, unfortunately. And obviously you can also see he has no legs. He sort of levitates, which is a very odd choice, but I suppose he also has no arms, so just like you. Punch-Out and Super Punch-Out are much better, yes. But yeah, again, a very simple sports game. Fishing! Male or female? What's fishing? There's again lots of plug-and-play units contain fishing games. I've never even really enjoyed the so-called better fishing games myself. Position your boat. Choose how far you're throwing this. And try and catch some stuff. Using the row scroll effects here. So you press the button and it pulls it back towards you. Overall, you've got to try and get a fish of some sort. Oh, I'm going to get this one? No, I'm not going to get that one. Catching a bubble. Oh, we've got a fish. So you've got to pull it back without the line snapping. So you've got to take your time. And there we go. I caught a grass carp. Press up. We do the same thing again. It's fishing. I've got to catch 6 fish within the time limit. There we go. Bigger fish are trickier. The meter goes up more quickly. Let it go down a bit. Because since you've got to catch 6 fish, you're probably better just getting the smaller ones that are easy to catch. Oh look, it's a weaver. 3D angler dangler / fishing, or any of the other fishing games. Aussie Guy. I mean, Sega had quite a lot, didn't they? Bass fishing, sports fishing. Did Namco have some fishing games? I think they did. But yeah, it's a basic fishing game. So yeah, I think that's enough of the OPlayer sports games. We do have some more sports games in one of the other units to look at. But we will look at those later. I think we've seen enough sports for now. So, where shall we go next? Yeah, let's fire up the earlier unit. So, as I said, the Zone 32-bit is one of the earlier consoles where it was a 41-in-1. I think there are some with slightly fewer games too. But this is one of the early ones which was sold as a Wii unit. So you've got to rotate your controller to match what it shows on the screen, which is annoying in MAME because you have to redefine the keys, which is why it shows you both up there. So this is, say, one of the few that actually shows Senca on the screen, 2008 Senca. So you get an idea of when these units were on the market, 2008, sort of your Wii period. But yeah, there are a few games that, say, I just load up this unit and play. I could play these in any of the other units. These are your standard games that are in everything, but, you know, I fancied firing up one of the Wii clones for now. 100 Floors is one of those get to the bottom, don't hit the laser at the top games, don't fall off the bottom of the screen, because you die. And I didn't do very well. I didn't get the high score table. I did not clear 10 floors, apparently. Some of them are bouncy, some of them collapse on you, some of them are conveyor belts, and it's all randomised. Again, this is the type of game that is on practically every plug and play unit. The VT1682 units have got very similar games, which actually use the math unit as part of the randomisation of the platforms, calculation of the platforms, which wasn't implemented at first. So when you ran it, all the platforms were the same type, just in a row. The Sun Plus versions don't use anything like that. I guess they're just doing the randomisation in software. But there we go. Floor 10. I think that puts me on the high score table. And these just go for as long as you can survive. And there are some situations that just look grossly unfair. You can't jump. There is an arcade game from DGPix called Jump Jump, which shares these mechanics, which is, you know, kind of ironic because you can't jump in this game or the DGPix game. So why call it Jump Jump? I don't know. Also, the DGPix game has lots of adult pictures, so if you want mature.ne content, Bob, you could play Jump Jump. I say math unit, but maths unit would be fine. Either or. Obviously we call the subject maths, not math. But in terms of talking about hardware, math unit seems to be more common, I would say. But yeah, 100 floors of boredom. I've never cleared 100 floors. I have no real desire to clear 100 floors. There you go, an hour into the stream. And we are on Benthal Jewel now. Jewel should be a bit of a giveaway. It is a game featuring jewels. It is your token columns knockoff with a pit that's too wide to create an equal sign of challenge. Match 3 in a row. Those are the pause loop zoomer sound effects again. It's kind of funny because one of the VT1682 plug and plays has a version of zoomer that plays in basically silence, and I think it's probably because they got complaints over the use of the sound effects, they just took them out and made the game silent. Because I think that's the only time these plug and play manufacturers modify the games or update the games or change the names, is if there's some kind of potential legal issue that has been brought up, otherwise they don't care. And those often do it in the crudest possible ways. You know, they just hack out a graphic, swap a sprite really badly, take out a sound effect. Who knows? These Senca ones, that doesn't seem to happen much, just game renames. But say the VT1682 games, there are all sorts of odd cuts. That shark just laughed at me. Columns with a shark that laughs at you for no obvious reason. What? Why? Laughing shark? Well, okay. Best I don't ask. But yeah, totally not columns. Again, it's it's a competently enough programmed version of columns, but the size of the playfield makes it too easy, and the lack of speed make it too easy. It's columns for kids. Another one of the earlier games. Well, say I'm on the earlier unit, so everything on this unit I would consider to be the earlier games. But they are also on the later units. Look, it's going to laugh at me again. That serves no purpose. Columns in Brazil is titled Shapes and Columns. And of course it's not columns, it's jewellery by Huang Xinwei, which I'm sure I didn't just completely mispronounce. Yeah, what else we got? We can have linking pets. Have we done linking pets already? Oh no, we've not. We've not done this with all the dogs. It is one of those draw a line between pieces puzzle games. Although when the pieces are together, you don't have to draw a line. There you go. I'm sure you've seen plenty of these. They usually come with free adult content, especially in the arcades. But here you've just got to, you know, wholesome dogs to match up. I think they should have you matching dogs with their owners instead, but that might be trickier. Can't match that one, you see. No straight line to that. Now, I do risk putting myself in impossible situations if I clear out too many of the easy ones. So you should, you know, it's something to be careful about. You want to look for some of the slightly trickier ones to clear at times. But up here, you see. Let's clear you out. There we go. It's not Pairs Love, no. It's not any other tile matching game. Dragon Punch, Sports Match. There are plenty of them. 1+2. I've emulated plenty of them in my time as well. And they're always incredibly underwhelming because it's like, yeah, that's it. This is the game. It's like an oversimplified version of, you know, Shanghai type things. The best game of this type, I think, is probably the Mitchell Capcom Choco thing on CPS2. That's kind of got a tile matching thing going on, but it's fun. I mean, there are good tile matching games. There's one on GNet that's pretty good. That's not just the Shanghai one. But yeah, now it's cats. You see, lots of cats. Unfortunately, they don't go meow. But if you want to match animals, linking pets, there you go. I think we've seen enough of the Zone 32-bit anyway. So there's nothing on there that's not on the other units. But I just wanted to fire it up again to, you know, show the Senca copyright on the boot screen, because it's one of the only units where you actually see that. Okay, I'm not going to play any games in this one, but one of the ones on GPL 16250 hardware is the I'm Game unit. There are loads of these. Only the 120 one is dumped, and this has no sound because again it runs on the newer platform. And we haven't mapped the sound registers, but this has a unique boot screen and a blue background on the Family Sport logo, which is a bit different because usually it's green. And it has its own unique little menu here. But as soon as you go to mini games, your same old menu. And obviously the actual sports games are the same. As soon as you select the sports game, you're back to the old menu style. So, yeah, they've really just rethemed the front end. It's the same game, same mini games, 120 of them. They've got a 220 unit, which I'm sure is the same as the rest of the 220 units. Probably again with its own boot screen, because apparently they wanted to put their I'm Game, Are You boot screen on there. Not the most interesting thing, but something we, that needed to be covered if we're going to cover these units. Shanghai Taipei with a 52 deck French deck. No dogs were harmed during the making of that game, even if the dogs were exploding, as mess drivers noted. Again, I think with that generic puzzle loop sound effect, because why not? Why not? Let's load up one of the others that's got its unique unique menu screens that are found on some of the later units. The psychedelic Family Sports 101. Maybe I should have re-ripped my stream preview logo using that logo for this one, but I was feeling lazy. Same games again, it's just a different front end menu. Don't know why they changed the front end menus, but I've got a selection written down that we can play from this one. Again, these are in the higher capacity units. I just wanted to load up a different unit. So upstairs, which is very much like, the 100 floors thing, but going up. There is an arcade game of this. It's called Tower and Shaft on Alex 64. And again, you see a lot of this type of game in the arcades today. This is kind of what arcades have become. This sort of flash mobile type game. I've seen quite a few modern versions of this in arcades when I've been more recently. Not actually that much fun. Usually a case of you get as high as you can within a certain time and win some tickets if you get higher than most other people. Because, that is what arcades are these days. Mostly ticket machines. In this case, there are no tickets. Just a case of how high can you get. There are probably 100 floors in this too, but I've never got that high. Again, you can tell this is actually one of the earlier games because it's got that family sports sort of mascot pre-rendered character with no limbs, just floating feet and arms. Like a knockoff Rayman, I guess. And yeah, you're timing, you hold the button and the power bar goes up and down. You time your jumps. It's okay. Again, it just implements the basics. You've got your different platform types. The conveyor belts make you move quickly, so you don't have as much time to charge up your jump. And it's got the balloons to carry you up past tricky sections if you want. Like that one, I might have been best using the balloon. Yeah, typically these days they are done as redemption games. I mean, most of the redemption games have no real originality. The arcades these days are just so bad. You get the odd not very interesting driving game, lots of not very interesting gun shooting games, and then basically mobile games, redemption games, ticket games. Often like that. What is maze combination? Apparently it's a sliding puzzle game of sorts, just with awkward controls. What? So you've got to match the picture at the top by sliding pieces around. And the controls are kind of wonky. You end up moving diagonally when you don't want to. Yeah, this has really bad controls. It's not obvious from watching, but if you're holding up and then if you're holding down and then you press left, you'll keep moving diagonally even though you're not pressing the other direction anymore. Yeah. No, this is bad. This is really, really bad. This is... I'd almost call the controls here broken. That's how bad they are. And yes, I remember it being just as bad on hardware. Oh, I ran out of moves. Okay. I think we've seen enough of that one. Barely playable. Precipice. Oh look, it's a cliff. And you're making a path. Or something like that? Honestly, I don't know. So as long as they have a route to the other side, you can complete it. Easier locomotion. It doesn't really remind me of locomotion. It's the same thing with just a variety of backgrounds. Yeah, go this way. Some of these pieces are practically useless. Others have more purpose. I'm sure that's fine. As long as there's a route to the other side, you'll complete the stage. Oh look, the floor is now lava. It even animates. How's that for impressive use of tech? I'm sure that's fine. Yeah, this is a little bit like Pipe Dreams. You're just placing the relevant pieces. And the background's looped because the game's looped, because that's about all there is to it. Monkeys. Monkeys. You have to deliver bananas to the monkeys by firing at the banana with a plunger. Which is a very odd concept. That monkey's unhappy because that monkey didn't get a banana. Well, that monkey's now happy. That monkey's greedy. Yeah, it's like a really bad poo yam. Apparently I completed the level by getting 10 hearts, which is probably the entire criteria. And it's probably just going to be level 2 is 10 hearts. I mean, you don't even seem to have to match coloured bananas to different monkeys. It's literally just any banana to any monkey. This is one of those really basic ones. I suppose if you wait too long a monkey gets angry, but it's kind of as limited as that hair fighter platformer one was. It's just a case of timing and shooting. Apparently more than 10 hearts this time. But what's the point? It's not good. 15. Poo Yam ripoff, but harder. If only this... I mean, there's nothing... The characters don't run along the bottom and climb up and get you like in Poo Yam. I mean, what happens if I don't do anything? The monkeys get a bit angry? and then they're fine again. In fact, okay, if they get annoyed twice in a row, they leave and it's game over. There you go. The slide puzzle reminds you of the electronic cube stage in Fitter Roundup. Yeah, that's one of the odd sort of Rubik's Cubey type bonus stages, isn't it? Aussie guy. But yeah, the problem with that one is the controls were so bad. But Metal Gear Solid Puyan 2. I don't know. I think we've seen enough monkeys. What else are we going to play in this unit? Spin match. Oh yeah, this is rotating the blocks to make the shape it shows you. So it's like, no, I don't want this shape. But there we go. You see? Oh, I made a 1. I took far too many turns. So you know, you highlight a 4x4 section and you rotate it. It's one of those basic IQ puzzles. You see plenty of these. Solid metal poo. That sounds painful, Bob. Bubble Destroyer. No, that's not Bubble Bobble. These units don't have a Bubble Bobble knockoff in. The Connie ones do, but not these ones. We'll get to Bubble Destroyer. Not next, but so I don't think we played Bubble Destroyer in the previous stream. We did play the Pang ripoff, but that wasn't Bubble Destroyer. Oh, there we go. But now you see you got more colours once you get to stage 6, so it becomes a little bit trickier. Obviously, it is now too tricky for me. I mean, it's probably not, but you start to get slide puzzle feelings after a while. Anyway, yeah, whatever. Rotate the pieces and make the picture. Herculean Guy. What's this? Oh yeah, why is this in puzzle games? This is more Pengo-y. It's one of those that has you died. But this is definitely not a puzzle game. Well, the enemies can cheat because they can walk on the outside. And they can't push blocks to the outside for reasons. Unfortunately, you move so slowly, it's frustrating. Maybe that's the puzzle. Why do you move so slowly? Also, what's with the hat? Pengo with killer robots and cheating. There, take that. You take that. Oh, there's even some power-ups over there. If my character, wants to go and get them today. One of them speeds you up. That's handy. There we go. But this isn't really a puzzle game, is it? I mean, you do find that some of these games got moved around between units. Not as much as the PDC units, where, you're never sure which category a game's in. Ooh, see, I really should have got some bonus points for doing 3 at once. If anything, I maybe got less points for doing 3 at once. Now there's a shell. Can't push that. It's not very good. Yeah, it's just too slow. It's a very slow Pengo clone where nothing hashes at the end of the levels and you can't electrify things against the edge to make it easier or quicker. It's just, or push pieces together to stun things. So it's even less of a puzzle game than Pengo was. So I think we'll exit the M505 Neo for now. and move those games. No, not delete them. Move them to the done list. I have a done list and a not done list. And yeah, okay. Let's go to the Denver then, and let's stay on puzzle games. Say the Denver is a Danish unit. I think Peter picked this one up actually in Denmark, or did Team Europe pick it up? I think no, Team Europe picked it up, but it is made in Denmark actually. Peter lives in Denmark, but he didn't buy the unit. Team Europe did, but obviously distributed it in Europe. And this is the one where the puzzle menu is actually on the main menu, because there are the traditional sports games aren't on this one for some reason. Only the mini games. So you get a puzzle menu on the main menu. Gobang. That's what you'd expect. It's one of those bang games that I honestly don't know how to play, so is it just 5 in a row? Is that what this one is? I think it is, isn't it? Is this just 5 in a row? Yeah, 5. This is a 5 in a row. It's not an Othello one. It is just 5 in a row. Yeah. So try and get 5 pieces in a row before your opponent does. Decent Pego called Mr. Jong. I never understood why Mr. Jong was localised as Blockbuster though, because you still have to know how Mahjong works and the tiles work to play it, even though it's using generic fruits. So yeah, this is 5 in a row. If you want 5 in a row, you could probably do worse. Although I'm sure the AI is really simple, and once you know how to beat it, you can beat it with ease. But I've never really studied how the AI works in it, so I couldn't tell you. Put a piece there. You don't have to put pieces next to pieces. You can just put them where you feel like. And I'm going to lose because, you know, the AI will get 5 in a row if you give them the opportunity. But yeah, don't think we need to see them much about that. Will there be a stream about the status of ATXT DOS games on MAME mess? It's a bit tricky to stream, Zontar, because they all take a bit of installing and full keyboard emulation, and there's an unreleased related game to Mr. Jong titled Super 7, also from Sanritsu Kiwako. I wonder if that's a gambling game. That sounds like a gambling game called Super 7. Maybe it combines Mr. Jong with gambling elements. And from the title, that's what I'd expect. Parking lot. It's one of those move the stuff around so you can get the car out. Look, I can move that there. And then this has got the same annoying controls as the other puzzle game, where, you know, at the moment I'm not even pressing diagonals. It's just sort of latches the fact I was in a diagonal movement, and it's difficult to describe, but it's horrible. I mean, I might, but it's really difficult to try and cover. At least I find that. I mean, I don't know. I mean, I'm surprised all these other people are giving me permission to drive their cars around. Yeah, I don't know. It'd be easy if people knew how to turn. And then the cursor just jumped to the court. It is utterly horrible. I get 50 moves to do this in. Yeah, there we go. Again, this thing's in a lot of different plug and plays, including some of the NES-based ones, I think. It's a simple, common puzzle concept. Clear stuff out the way so other stuff can move. It just controls horribly. This Go Maku Nabare is seen in a lot of bootleg Famiclone's NES carts. Is that what this one is? Are we still talking about the Gobang game? I'm assuming that's about the Gobang game. I've seen this under different names too, with Chinese figures and the like. But yeah, that's moving things out the car park. I have to look at some dogs, not the cute ones last time, but yeah. This is about moving the coloured dogs. I mean, the dogs seem to have more hair dye on than I do, onto the correct spots, and you can only move them in certain ways. So, you know, I can click on that dog, and the dog will move there. Can't move that dog. Move that dog. I can move that dog. I can move that dog. I can move this dog all the way across if I want. No. Can't move that dog. Can move that dog. But they can only move in straight lines, basically, and you have to get them to the right spots. Which I'm obviously failing to do quite miserably. Again, you've got a limited number of moves to try and solve the puzzle, and I should have probably studied the puzzle before just moving the dogs around. But yeah, I probably messed that up. Let's try again. I'm sure the first level was actually really easy. So... I honestly don't remember. The Chromaca game, yeah, the Fire Invader one. I figured as much from Go in the title. Oh, the blue one can go there. Yeah, I don't like this type of puzzle game, to be quite honest. I'm sure it's not actually tricky, but... yeah, there we go. There we go. See, the first level was quite easy. But then it's just the same thing again, with a different layout, different paths the dogs can walk along. So the way in which they move is different. So I can't go from top to bottom here because there's no path from top to bottom. I'm sure this puzzle game has a name too. It's probably a common thing. Anyway, you get the idea. It's moving dogs to get them on the right spot. Hence why it's called Dogs. And if you want to hear a lot of dogs barking, there you go. Rolling box. This is another one that we see in quite a few units. It's about rolling this thing around so it goes down the hole. And doesn't fall off. Nice perspective graphics. Kind of similar angle to the likes of Crystal Castles, really, isn't it? But you've got to like this type of thing in the first place, really. I've never been a big fan. Famous Flash game, yeah, it doesn't surprise me. I've probably played it and just don't remember it. There we go, down the hole. Except the hole leads nowhere, because apparently this is a split in the fabric of the sky. This one's got a button in... oh. Ignore that. So you press the button on this one and it makes a path that you can go along. There we go, I've opened that path too. Oops. Yeah, advertisement to Sanritsu's Super 7. I'll have to have a look at that later. Aussie, thank you for that one. Yeah, a lot of these are going to be based on old Flash games, I'd imagine. So probably where they took a lot of inspiration from. So in this case, I actually have to be on the piece. I don't know. Anyway, enough rolling boxes. A game very much like that is on the absolutely terrible Hasbro board game plug and plays. In fact, if we're talking about worst plug and plays, they have to be contenders. You've got Candyland on there, which is a game that literally has no skill. You just roll the dice, and by pure luck, one player will eventually win. The board game's the same, but why make a video game out of a board game like that? And the Mousetrap one's no better. Yeah, that's a completely pointless plug and play. The block rotating sound is satisfying. Yeah, that's a nice little sound, isn't it? Okay. Shall we have a look at Big Shot Checker before moving on to a different category? It's Checkers. Checkers is in those board games units too. Probably the best game in those board game units, to be fair. But this is a far better implementation of it. So, again, you know what you're getting. It's Checkers. And jump over this one too. I can move here and I can be converted into one of the ones that moves back the other way across the board, although I don't really want to do that right now because that would be silly. Well presented, fairly simple version of Checkers. Can't complain about it. Oh, that was silly. Can't complain about it too much. Oh, that's going to lose that piece, but never mind. Oh, and they get converted. You get the idea. It's Checkers. It's an alright implementation of Checkers. Don't have to spend too long on it. So let's close that for now and move these games to my done list. We've got lots more puzzle games to come, believe me. Believe me, there's lots of puzzle games. Because we didn't do many puzzle games on the last stream. We'll fire up the main one. And, you know, when we looked at all the ones that weren't really games last time, there's a few more of those. We didn't cover them all. They are in... what section are they in? Are they in table or relax? There's plenty in here. Uppercase letters.
Uppercase letters. A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I.
Thrilling, isn't it?
J, K, L, M, N, O, P, Q, R, S, T, U, V, W, X, Y, Z, A.
The alphabet in all caps. So what's lowercase letters?
Lowercase letters. A, B, C.
It still uses the capital pronunciation, but it just shows you the lowercase letters.
I.
Yeah, we're not going to go through all the letters again. What about numbers?
Numbers. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
These are great games, aren't
9,
they?
0.
It can't even count to 10. Oh, it does show you how to draw it. So if you do wait a second, it shows you how to draw them. I was being impatient before. But there you go. It teaches you how to actually draw the figures. If they weren't obvious. Speedrun of uppercase letters went. Maybe now.
Uppercase letters.
There we go. Speedrun done. Find the largest numbie. because they couldn't fit the word, the number. I think it's probably 1. Oh, it wasn't 1. Maybe it's 5. Look, transparency effects. 4.
4. 3.
You get the idea. Don't think we need to play that anymore. Number sequence.
Number sequence.
Oh, so yeah, put these in the right place. So the 6 goes there. These look far too much like gravestones. I know they're meant to be a fence, but they look like gravestones. The 2 goes there, and the 7 goes there. The 7 goes there. The 6 goes there. Yeah, you get the idea. I think it gets a bit harder on the level 2, but missing letters.
Missing letters.
So,
Brother.
I'm just opening a can of Coke. Tea her.
Teacher.
You could probably do it in 1 frame, yes, Bob. I think that is a shep. Apparently it's not a shep. I got that wrong. It's an orange. Oh dear, my spelling is dreadful. That is a music, apparently.
Music. Music.
That's how we all listen to music. Penale. That is a zip file. That is the king. Not very good at this. Very difficult. Now I've got to put 2 letters. It's a bar. This is a chess e. For some reason, this is B. Yeah, you get the idea. Don't think we need to play missing numbers. Find the picture.
Find the picture.
That is cheese.
Cheese.
Cheese. Cheese has been eaten.
Banana. Banana.
But yeah, you can tell with these, they really had no games to make, so they just put very simple matching words to pictures in. Because that can be orange. Oh look, which one's the grandfather? Well, he could be a grandfather. You don't know. You don't know. But obviously these are the same pictures it has in the other games where it just tells you what the pictures are. Yes, Grandad Bob. Hamburger. Again, don't tell cow.
Hamburger.
You get the idea. It might have given us a cow. Find the word is the opposite of find the picture. That's a cow, isn't it? I just want to be sure. This is definitely a cow. No. Where's sinking? The game is wrong. That was definitely a cow. That's a foot. Yeah. Anyway. Oh, so yeah. Let's knock those off the list because we've looked at those now. Where were they on my list? So yay, some non-games out the way. They're not the only non-games. We'll have some more non-games later. But get those out the way for now. That was a little intermission. You see, I can group all those up on the chapter tags as well to avoid YouTube's chapter limit. Because Yeah, they're all basically non-games. I think we'd better go to some action games, though, hadn't we? There aren't many action games left, unfortunately. Hate to break that to you, but we are running a little low on action games. We'll go with Star War. Dramatic music. Cow knows how delicious people are. Hey Red Hot Mackay, hope you're doing well. Good to see you. So, this is also known as Space Sword, I think. And it's got a little radar, and you go and kill things. And you've got a shield. So, it's a bit like Datary's Metal Clash, but in space. Also, there's loads of momentum on the controls, which make it an absolute pain. You know, you see something on the radar, and then you just fly past it. Take sword. But yes, this is this Star War. I think the best part was the dramatic intro. You have one of these in handheld form. Yeah, Dream Gear did put out a version of this, Red Hot Mackay, the 220 one. That Dream Gear one is actually dumped. The Dream Gear one runs on the GPL 16250, so contains the buggier version of Piggy Golf and stuff. But yeah, that one is dumped. But yeah, there's a mini arc. They did it as a Go game. Was it some Go game? I think, isn't it? Something like that. I think they've also got a mini arcade version of it. I'm playing these as plug and plays, but I count these handheld units in the same breath as the plug and plays because they're often the same games. It's just, you know, when they stopped being able to sell them for plug-in TVs because they couldn't do HDMI, they just started selling them as mini arcades instead and handheld devices. But yeah, I think there's a second level on this if you kill everything. I don't know. You look on the radar, you take things out. Unimpressive Bangayo. Yeah, I mean, you do have your sword, but it's very basic. And it doesn't tell you how close you are to finishing a level. I do remember playing this for a while before, and I think something did change, like I got a bigger enemy that was meant to be a boss. And maybe I just dreamt that all up because I was hoping it was a better game than it was. Let's go and work on both. Or maybe yeah, it just goes on forever. I really don't know. Not quite George Lucas's famous Star Wars, is it? Maybe that's why it was just the Star War, not a whole series. I think we've seen enough. No, 5 hours is not enough, J-Ray. I wanted more. I wanted far more. We will now save the fallen with this very Metal Slug inspired visual. Yeah, don't walk on landmines. But yeah, you go and pick up the people. You can only carry one at a time. Bit jolly music. You take him back to the tent. It's the Metal Slug Save 'em Up edition. Except you're not even saving the hostages, you're saving soldiers. Can I even climb here? No, do I have to climb the barrels? Yeah, I have to climb the barrels. Look, I get a better gun. I get some money at the same time. You recognise all the songs. Yeah, you start to after a while, don't you? There's a bit of space hawk in there yet too. I mean, a lot of these would have been perfectly okay games had they been released, you know, the end of the 70s, maybe very start of the 80s, with more primitive graphics, but the gameplay concepts really don't hold up. By the way, the jumping in this is awful. You can't really tell, but you sort of wobble around in the air. It's kind of horrible again. There's money there, if I can be bothered with it. There's a laser there. Oh. I have to take it. See, a laser gate. You're probably safer there behind the laser gate, to be honest. Don't know where all the missiles are coming from. But that complete is definitely straight from Metal Slug. Oh look, level 3. We're back to the snow. Don't even know what shooting is really for. Can't seem to shoot much. Yeah, there's a bit bad scrolling at the top, but that is just how it is. Again, not an emulation bug. Just bad programming. Yeah, your gun seems to be basically irrelevant. Let's have a look at the floor. Oh dear. I failed. Yeah, the music doesn't fit at all, Aussie guy. Steel gastropod. So we saved the fallen, or failed to save the fallen, or fell ourselves. Now maybe one that's more suitable for the time of year, Hell Marksman. Look at these pumpkins. Look at your really slow movement. You can walk slowly, you can jump really quickly, you can walk really slowly. It's odd. Now again, this type of game is in quite a few of the other units I've seen. There's one in some of the mini handhelds. Basically, you can fire an arrow and you can stand on your own arrows, and you have to use your own arrows to get to high platforms. I don't know why it makes you move so slowly. Look, this is your movement speed, as opposed to your jumping speed, which is really fast. But it's a Halloween game. No, hell is very purple. Did you not know? They had a bit of a bit of a spruce up in hell, and it became purple. It also loops infinitely and has really bouncy pads. You can bounce into spiders if you're not careful. No, this is the correct frame rate. It's just got really slow player movement. Oh look, blocks that collapse now and respawn. And yeah, you loop awkwardly around the level, because why would you do anything else? You thought Marksman would be a game like Hogan's Alley. Yeah, you're not really going to get light gun style games on this, unfortunately. There is a plug and play with gun type games on, including high resolution NES games, which is really weird to see, but I'm not convinced the dump that Sean did is good. I think it might be half or even quarter size ROM, because I can't find any valid code in it, and it doesn't look encrypted either. So that's a shame. Those units aren't the most common either. But yeah, they've got strange high-resolution NES hacks in there. Unless it's like running on much newer tech, like the S Plus core in an emulator. You can't fire against those walls. But you can push this block to climb up here. Or not climb up here, because you need an arrow there first. Yeah, there we go. It's just the move again. There's quite a few of these games where they just make you move so slowly. I guess they had a dev involved in the projects that just didn't believe in fast movement, or just thought you should jump everywhere. Or maybe this is what being in hell is like. You just have to put up with moving very slowly. That is your eternal punishment. Yeah, Semicom stuff plays a lot better than this. I mean, I really like Semicom stuff. Coman did a game called Hell Out, aka Super Duck, where we've not got the Hell Out version dumped. I'd like to see a proper Hell Out dumped, but Super Duck itself is pretty rare, so I'm not that optimistic we'll see Hell Out. A bit like some of the other versions of the Semicom games, I don't know if we'll ever see them dumped. But, yeah. Alright. Yeah, the music is, again, not very fitting. It's very jolly and upbeat music for a game about being in hell. We'll move those ones to the done list, because I don't want to go through all the action games just yet, because we've got so many puzzle games to do. A relax. Okay. Relax time. Yes. Yeah, it's too good for a Kyle Hodges game. Apart from Dangerous Dungeons, because that one was actually not too bad. Okay, it's not the best Boulder Dash game ever, but it's probably the best arcade Boulder Dash game. Somebody mentioned Bubble Shooter earlier. We'll put it up. Bubble Shooter is a really bad take on Puzzle Bobble, where the pieces will actually bounce out of the top of the playfield if you miss things, and bounce off other pieces in a very odd way that makes no sense whatsoever. But there you go. It's Puzzle Bobble with awful mechanics. I mean, I've played some pretty bad Puzzle Bobble rip-offs in my time, but this is one of the worst. It just doesn't play right at all. You move in chunks like this. The pieces move really slow. They bounce off things in really strange ways. And say they go off the top of the grid. That was meant to help me. I think they meet a minimum spec. You can tell a lot of the games, maybe not so much on this one, but on the PDC units, must have had a minimum spec. Like, the game must have 3 levels, it must have this, it must have that. And all the games that were released meet those minimum specifications, but that's it. I'm sure this would be pretty bad if you were colourblind. Some of these colours are really off. And there's no unique shapes either, they're all the same shape. But I guess expecting any kind of colourblind compliance in a plug and play is asking a bit much, you know, considering Capcom couldn't even get it right with Super Puzzle Fighter back in the day. It's only really become a topic people are aware of more recently. You see, there's no way I can aim this in the gap there because you don't have fine enough control. So that was Bubble Shooter, and yeah, it's pretty bad. So we go Air Defense. So these technically none of these are homebrew either though. These are all commercial releases. People do call these plug and play games homebrew if they're not like the actual bootleg NES games, but technically these are all commercial releases. Another Space Invaders game with a very slow pace to it. A bit more Astro Blaster, the way things move into the playfield. Yeah, Puzzle Bubble, Bubble Buster, Puzzle Dipon, Cookie and BB, even the Magic Bubble, the Chinese knockoff, is much better. That was just a dreadful Puzzle Bubble game. It's not the worst. The worst Puzzle Bubble type game I've played has to be on one of the NES ones, and that's the Snood game, which was licensed by Snood, and it doesn't even have the decency to not give you pieces that aren't in the playfield. It just keeps giving you pieces you can't use, and eventually you die. If we have a look at the NES plug and plays, that is sure to come up. Oh, look. You don't fight it, you collect it. Laser! Oh. You only get laser once. These take more hits or something. Or it's got to change it. Your thing changes colour depending on what you last shot. I really don't know. The problem with this one is it's too slow paced, so let's speed it up a bit. There we go. I'm blue. Speed up. It's a good job I have a speed up button. Some of these games really need it. I can shoot a blue thing. Yeah, Snood, Snood I think on the PC and stuff was alright, but they just gave their name to scenario for some plug and play units. They were absolutely terrible. So yeah, this has got sort of Ikaruga colour changing mechanics, except you don't control the colour directly. Your ship just changes colour, and depending on what colour it is, those are the things you can kill. It's kind of bad. But again, it's like they had an idea but didn't know what to do with it, didn't know how to turn it into a fun game, and couldn't get the pacing right. This is just far too slow. At like twice the speed, this would be reasonably fun. Maybe 4 times the speed. At the pace it runs, it's not. You have that scenario plug and play Red Hot Mackay. Yeah, it's the not the best, is it? It's the Speed Racer one, I think, where they've just taken games and put Speed Racer title screens on. Not the actual proper Speed Racer scenario one, it was just an inflatable car, but the generic plug and play they had a Speed Racer license to and just changed the title screens. And not even the graphics in game. Throw the coins at arcade machine. No, not at arcade machines, at a fountain. So your mission 30. That's the target, by the way. So I can throw a rock. But if I get in the pot, I get more points. It's a bit like a basketball game, but you're throwing coins into a fountain. And you obviously get more points if you get it in the pot. Not the water. Snood has a funny anti-piracy measure. I wasn't aware of that. I'll have to check that one out later. But the plug and play thing definitely doesn't have any fancy anti-piracy measures. Nobody would want to copy it. Except maybe other people making bad plug and plays. Obviously the silver coins are worth less, so try and get the gold coins in the pots. I don't know. I cleared the stage quite easily. I've got rocks now. There we go. Splash. You get the idea. The game doesn't change. Pressing the button at the right time to aim the... It's basketball, but not basketball. No, we're not long playing IQ count. Palace Guardian. This is one of the good ones. Nice shaky visual effects. Debris that falls down. And you've got to get to the the exit by moving the thing around in an appropriate way. And don't get stuck like I just did. This is how you fail. Try again. Without getting stuck this time. So, go that way, go to exit. Visually, this one's really good. They've put a lot of work into the presentation. And again, this is one of those, you can only move in a straight line, don't get stuck, slide into the enemies. But, in terms of quality, this is far higher than anything else on the unit. And this has got one-shot pieces where you hit him once and you can't go there again. So again, it's got additional game design features you might not expect. Fortunately, I think I messed this stage up. Yep, spikes kill you. Avoid spikes. And game over just like that though. If you fail, you're back on the menu. But you know, there's a bit of extra effort here, you can tell, with the shaking, the debris, the different piece types. Now again, there are very similar games in those handheld units I've been trying to add the sound to. I do hope somebody does come along and assist me with the sound on those, because I'm not sure what to do, unfortunately. So there we go. Yeah, spikes are a bit like hard level Lego, aren't they? I'm going around in a circle here. Uh-oh. Let's try again. Now, I think if you try again, you don't go back to the title screen, which is kind of handy. That's bad. I can get that there, I can get that there. Get you there. How do I get there, though? Nope. Never mind. Snood had a GBA port developed by Rebellion. Rebellion used to be based in Derby, where I am. Used to work just around the corner from... I don't know if it's the same part of the Rebellion or not. So Palace Guardian's a pretty good one if you like your puzzle games, and it's well presented. It's one of the better games on these units. Colourful box. Ooh, look, transparency effect. Is a sort of Tetris game. I said it's not quite Tetris. It's got these. It's got odd mechanics. The yellow pieces. Is it the yellow pieces? Yeah, the yellow pieces can drop straight through other things to create lines. So if there's a gap in your structure, you can always drop a yellow piece straight through it, which is different. Again, this is actually really well presented. It's not the best game, but it is well presented, and it's not quite just Tetris. And obviously they're not Tetris shapes. Unfortunately, it's far too easy. You can play this for a long time without too many issues. So drop that through there. Again, this is, yes, like I say, this is one where they clearly actually wanted to make something look good and play quite smoothly. You can't really slide pieces though, I'll say that much. Say if you want to slide something under another piece, you're out of luck. It's just those yellow pieces that are special that let you clear lines that you might not otherwise be able to clear. Hey Evie, are you home? No, it's alright. Say, spending time with your work colleagues is always a good thing. You get to know them a bit better, and you know, make new friends. Because I know you don't always get on with your people at work. So some of them you do, some of them you don't. So the more time you spend with them, the better. In terms of, you know, getting to know them, and if you do like them or don't. See, I can't slide this under here as far as I know. Oh, you can. So sometimes you can slide things. But no, see, it's alright. So I think if you've got a chance to do things in real life outside of sitting at a computer watching my streams, then go for it. Like I say, this is a bit easy though. This is easy mode Tetris. I mean, single piece blocks are always going to make for an easy Tetris game. So I don't think we need to see any more of that. That is how that game works. It doesn't really get much more difficult from memory. It's a Tetrisy game. Now, if you don't like fish, you might like Fish Killer. Maybe. What's Fish Killer? It's one of those eat the small fish so you get bigger games. Again, these are very, very common in plug and plays. But, you know, nice transparency at the top there, you see. It does use the Sun Plus transparency. But at the moment I've got a snack on the small fish, not those ones. And now I'm a big fish, I can eat the green fish. Or I can eat the small ones too if I want. But I don't understand how this concept became so popular, but it is in so many different units. It's a bit slow to turn. Now I can eat these fish. And I just become the bigger fish. And also I can still eat the green ones, obviously. Feeding Frenzy, yeah. There's so many games like this. They never really appealed to me. I don't know why they exist. But I'm this big pink fish now. And I complete the level. I'm sure that's a standard Windows sound. And now I'm small fish that can eat these fish again, and we do the same thing all over again. And sometimes they swim away. Sadly, no rose scroll effect on the background. You would have expected maybe a watery rose scroll effect because it's underwater, and that's sort of traditional, but no such thing here. I don't even see a time limit, so this is really very, very casual. Cannibal fish, is that Nemo? Not as obvious as the Nemo in some of the Jungle Attack games. Obviously Spore started off with a thing very much like this where you were evolving, which was also a completely pointless and boring part of the game. Although Spore was sort of one of the massively overhyped, overrated, not actually very good games that promised so much more. In this case, oh look, now I can get the big ones. Yes, cannibal fish that eats other fish. And it just doesn't do much. Let's eat these fish. Even eat them by not colliding with my mouth, just crash into them to eat the fish. Oh, look, but don't get eaten by the shark. Even though the shark is now smaller than me, the shark still kills me. Yes, also a clownfish, Steve. And welcome, Steve. I think that's the first time I've seen you comment, so I hope you're doing well and enjoying the stream of junk. But yeah, it's it doesn't involve. Again, it basically just goes back to the start. These are the same fish that I was eating last time. There's not much to it. So Fish Killer is just a hungry fish eating other fish and then starting over again. Okay. Pinball. Pinball. Pinball with dogs. Now, a lot of these pinball games in plug and plays go for this kind of perspective look and this sort of arena look. It's quite odd. I don't know where this idea and this look comes from. Because if you say pinball to me, I don't think of something that looks like this. But even say the Japanese Zavix Tomy Champion pinball has a very similar style to it. I'd rather have, say, Pinball Illusions or Pinball Dreams or something that replicates a pinball table. Even, you know, the very, very difficult to play due to bad controls NES pinball game is more like pinball than this thing is. Mario Land Pinball. Also, the controls here are really laggy. After you've used a flipper, you can't use it for about a second again. So you can't just keep flipping. There is a significant delay in the flippers. Also, the collision on the flippers is ridiculous. I guess the Sonic Spinball bonus stages are kind of similar too. Don't know if there's a point target to get them to the next stage or if this is literally just it on this one. But dogs, spades, balloons, stars. It's a little incoherent. It's not even a gardening theme, really. Why balloons? Why dogs? Lost another life. Also, why is the mark on the thousands counter? Yeah, not a very good pinball game, sadly. Even the bootleg versions of the NES pinball are more entertaining than that. Polar Bear. Oh, it's a Whack-A-Mole one. Are these proper polar bears? Whack a polar bear. David Attenborough would not be pleased. This is not how you film a nature documentary. It would also be very cold. Again, Whack-A-Mole games that are in so many plug and plays. Oh look, treasure. It's a bear trap. Do I want a bear trap? Use the bear trap. Oh, now he's got a ball on his head. Hit this one lots of times. Again, quite laggy controls on this. Another bear trap. So if they're trapped, you can hit them multiple times and get more points, because why not? Oh, another bear trap. These power-ups are not very inspiring. Another bear trap. Fascinating. Clubbing an endangered species. Yes, this is not a... This game does not have the moral high ground. It is... It's also just not very good, to be honest. Oh look, 4 of them. If we're talking better Whack-A-Mole games, the Kensai Magura Street Fighter 2 thing I emulated. Oh yeah, don't hit the flaming ones. Kensai Magura Street Fighter 2 thing is better. So that's an anti-power. If you get the flaming eye one, then hitting the bears is bad. Now all the power-ups are that, because why not? Cute doggos. I think they're meant to be polar bears, Evie, unless you're behind on the stream and still watching the doggo part. USB just disconnected, so may have lost sound for a second there. Yeah, I think we've seen enough of whacking polar bears. Colour stone loop. Yeah, it dropped out my end then. Sometimes the USBs on this PC are a bit dodgy. That's why sometimes the camera freezes. Now, this is a bit like Puzzle Loop, but I think was it called Luxor, the version that did this way at the bottom and firing up. Obviously, it's another variation on the same concept, but where you're not rotating in the middle, you're firing upwards. But I'm sure they probably took the same basic engine and made this. know, it's again. This one doesn't pull the pieces back if you get matches, though, as you can see. It only pulls the pieces back if you get a power that pulls the pieces back. Actually, quite the visuals on this one are pretty good. The frame rate is not as good as maybe it should be, and the balls don't really move smoothly, which is a shame. But the background's nice. Mole Attack / Holy Moly is a much better game. That it is. I don't think the Konami test board, the test board, is a better game. That Konami also did a test board that was a mole game, didn't they? A bit like the Taito Space Invaders one. Because I remember emulating it. Agora something. One of those that doesn't. I don't think it requires coins. Very simple, just to tie them up from what I remember. To comply with the Japanese law that required cabinets to be sold with a board to test them or something like that. But yeah, Konami did a whack-a-mole one of those. And I do remember emulating it. Not one of the highlights of the things I've emulated, because it was just really trivial hardware. But one of many things over the years. Anyway, you get the idea. It's another Zuma type game. Do I think Double Dragon Zebo will ever be on MAME? The Zebo is kind of a fairly, well, relative to what MAME emulates, modern ARM-based phone type platform, so it's not going to run well. And I know there's a whole page about it, but everybody I've asked to look at the page has been scared away by A, the page not being in English, and B, it being kind of disorganised. I mean, the problem is it's all tied to services that are no longer available, isn't it? So you've got to have pre-installed images and things like that. Maybe one day, I don't think in the near future, DJ Dance Classic, but once MAME starts to emulate more sort of the Android phone text and things like that, and the modern system on a chip ARMs, maybe, but it'll be a while, I think. It'll be a while. Find the shape. Oh, joy. You know what this is going to be? Educational interlude. That shape fits. Yeah, make JAMA cabinets complete to comply with Japanese law. Very silly. How long did that law last? Because I've not seen any modern versions of that type of thing. Was this quite a short-lived law, or is there something else they do these days? So yeah, match the shape to the hole. I don't think we need to see any more of that. That is just pointless. Colours.
Colors.
That's definitely blue. This is just a test of can you see? Yeah, I think we've seen enough of that. What else we got? Find the differences.
Find the differences.
Not the same find the differences as before. It's basically which is the odd one out. And obviously it's a watermelon. It's that one because there's no yellow on it. Yeah, that was a bit glitched. I think that's just a bug in the game, because it does that on both units with the game, I think, and it's probably just a buggy game, or there's bad data in the game. I don't know. I think it does it on both. I don't remember now, but yeah, this one's always been a bit buggy, and I don't know why. Because it definitely needs all the sprites for the other games, but then it leaves things enabled. It might be corrupt data. But I think it does it on the Denver set as well, so who knows. Some of these are going to be buggy, but yeah, that's fine, the differences. Now we had to look at sound the other day, so we don't have to look at sound again. We can skip it and go to what goes together.
What goes together?
Yeah, I think the homebrew is in MAME, isn't it? Dottori Man Jr. I think I might have streamed it. What goes together? Head. But yeah, I'm pretty sure those corrupt graphics are not an emulation bug in the previous game. It's either a bad ROM, which is possible because they use the cheapest possible flash, or it's just a bug in the game. Because I don't think anybody actually tested these educational games. I think the same thing is in another unit, so it could probably be compared. Yes. What do you mean the hat doesn't go on the eyes? And the kite doesn't fly in the musical wind? You get the idea. What goes together? Learning rhythm.
Rhythm learning.
Oh, rhythm learning. Okay. So you have to hit the mole when it's under the hammer. It's not copy the sequence, it's just literally hit the mole at the right time. Rhythm learning. It's whack-a-mole where you don't even get to move. Single button whack-a-mole. If I recall, this one crashes. Oh no, that's not the one that crashes. One of them crashes when you exit it. Learning time.
Learning time.
Yeah, it really requires a low latency of an FPGA implementation or run ahead. What time is it? I think it might be 12. Actually, it's only 9:25. It might be 1 o'clock. So if you don't know how to read a clock, this will send you to sleep. That's a golden clock. Matching.
Matching.
Oh look. It's the mirrored version of the shapes to form the full shapes. And hey Thomas, yes, I believe you have... That's your first comment tonight, isn't it? Welcome to the stream. Finally a game I aced. Hey, I aced uppercase numbers, I'll have you know. Uppercase numbers? Uppercase letters. What are uppercase numbers? Yes, back for more torture. I wish I'd aced uppercase numbers, because that would have been interesting. What are lowercase numbers? Yeah, matching isn't a real game. We did find the law before. What is it? Memory test. You'll have to rewatch the VOD. Oh look, banana, pineapple. Remember the card that disappeared? It was a pineapple. It's almost as good as my my speedrun of Bravewood / Shackled. I wasn't even looking at the screen, so I don't know what was there. Oh, that's okay for not looking at the screen. Yeah, it's remember the card it showed you. Hide and seek we started the stream with. Don't think we need to do it again. It does have a cow in it, which is why I started the stream with it, but we played it at the very, very start. Which one is redundant? I don't know. Because of COVID or because of... I don't know.
Which one is redundant?
It's one of those, you know, take away the piece to make the sum correct. So I take away that match. Burns nicely. 5 plus 0 is 5. 0 plus 0 is 0. So yeah, it's just find the redundant match basically. 1 plus 8 equals 7. That's not correct, is it? So that needs to be a 6. It's maths and shapes. Find the other part.
Find the other part.
Matching top and bottom again. It's a bit like the other one we just looked at. speedrun world record until somebody hammers the keys more quickly than I do. I'm sure Lord BBH could hammer the keys more quickly and beat my record, because I've heard him hammering away during some of these games. Find the figure. Again, it's matching the shape. It's even got the same colour in this one. If you're still listening. Fish. Oh, I'm getting a reconnection successful message there, so did we drop out for a minute? Or are we good? Yeah, okay. I think we've seen... yeah, the connection failed. Alright, you've not missed much. Maybe you've missed an entire game. But yeah, hopefully we're back now and all is good. But we played Find the Other Part. And we've not played Find the... No, we did play Find the Figure. We have not played Tangram. I hate these. Oh, that part fits there. That part fits there. That part also fits there. Again, it's matched the shape. Find the Other Fart would be a better game, yes. Yeah, I think we've seen enough of that. Right, okay. Let's save the last few educational games for later, because I'm bored of playing educational games right now. We are 2.5 hours into the stream, and we're actually making pretty good progress. That's probably because I'm not bothering to play half the games for more than 30 seconds. But never mind. Shall we look at some more sports games? Fire the driver back up again. Which sports games have we not played? We have not played ice hockey. Our very enthusiastic cast of characters. So this is just a case of hitting it at the right time. I'm sure that went in. There we go, 50 points. 50 points. And again, it's one where you've got a scoring target, and the keeper got that one, alright. Tangram is not SNK's Tangram Q. I've not played or seen Tangram Q. I'm assuming that's an undumped one. I have completed that level. So yes, this is a game of timing and a little bit of luck, and not much else. Oh look, that's far better, hitting it against somebody. Let's do that again. Does that actually give me points? Apparently that gives me points. I can get points just by hitting people. I guess it is ice hockey. You know, where there are fights. In fact, maybe on this round you have to. I don't know. Sounds like they're saying hot. You don't get many points though. Not sure I get enough points to meet the goal. Although, I'm going to try. Try to complete the level just by hitting people. And fail because it's fairly slow paced. Oh, and I got it in the goal anyway. Can I do it? Oh. Oh. There we go. That's the best way to play ice hockey. And yeah, it keeps doing the same with high goals. You get the idea. Not great. Curling. More ice sports. And again, some very enthusiastic people. Yes, I want to aim there. Yes, aim there is fine. Power like that. Then I think you press the button or something. Yeah, slow down, slow down, slow down, slow down, slow down. Oh, it's gone too fast, it's gone too far. Computer's turn. This reminds me of one of those incredible technology games, you know, Shuffle Shot and the like. But, on a plug and play. In fact, I'm surprised Incredible Technologies did not do a curling game, because they already had the basic game engine with Shuffle Shot. And they could have just rethemed it with a wintry theme. Because I think it's basically the same thing, isn't it? And this one you get to do this and slow it down. Or something. Or maybe speed it up. I don't know. This is not an arcade game, no. GJ Zytec 81. This is a well, this is actually a handheld device that I don't think. No, I've not got any of them left. But this was a handheld device with Chinese original games on. It's something we spent a lot of time emulating in MAME last year, were these plug and play games, and this is just one of many of them. And the ones I'm covering in this episode are the ones that run the Senca family sport games. They're very common. They've been sold by all sorts of manufacturers, including Dream Gear as my arcade units. But yeah, until last year, MAME didn't really emulate any of these, and nobody else was caring to emulate them, so we put in a fair bit of time trying to get as many as we could emulated. Yeah, shuffleboard, shuffle shot, not too exciting. Ooh, we've got a crazy Moto now. We get a racing game. Where's Cow when you want to play a racing game? Like Road Rash, look, you can kick and punch. It's violent racing. Like really bad Road Rash. The hammer. Obviously a flat road. There's no fancy road engine in any of these. I mean, this is fancy by their standards anyway. Was that a golf club? Would that have unlocked the secret Neo Turf Masters bonus game? We can get this hammer. Look at this. Hammer time. Obviously, there would be no such nonsense in Final Lap. My hammer must have ran out. That's a shame. I really wanted my hammer. This is why this is crazy Moto. All these are one player, so they're handheld games really, and even the Wii clone versions of them tend to be take it in turns rather than real two-player games. So that was Crazy Moto. So a lot of these are bad games. That was a bit like Hang On mixed with Universal's Kick Rider. Yes, Aussie guy. Run. Yes, run away. Run away from this unit. Run away from these games. Or we've even got hurdles as an option.
On your marks. Set.
Senca in the background there, you see. So you can tell Senca was still involved. There's still a Senca sign in the background. There. They've got him at the stadium. I don't even know what the keys are. How I button. I came second.
On your marks. Set.
So yeah, spot the Senca logos is definitely a thing. Because there are not many games. They're in the Sudoku game and they're in this. Obviously, exit. You can do hurdles.
On your marks. Set.
It's into the screen, track and field, but with only the racing sections. Apparently I like knocking over hurdles. I don't know what the timing is. I did not win that race. You get the idea. Say run, run, run far away. Fencing. This does not involve selling dodgy goods. Oh, look, it's fancy. It's not even in English. Again, strangely, there's quite a lot of these plug-and-play units with fencing in. I don't know why. What makes fencing super popular enough to be in plug-and-play units? Or is it just because one plug-and-play had fencing in, the other plug-and-play thought, we better put a fencing game in there? Stadium events, world-class track meet, fun human entertainment / Bandai. Or basically any other sports game. Look, you're getting your hits in. It's meant to be strategic, not button mashing. I'm losing 8-11. I'm pulling it back 10-11. 11 each. 12. It's got better AI than SNK versus Capcom when you play as Mai, which Lord BB8 showed on his stream. If you play as Mai in SNK versus Capcom and don't attack the enemy does not attack you. You can time out any round with Mai as long as you do not attack, because the enemies do not attack you. You can't sword fight without insults. No, sword fighting with insults is far better. Yes, one of the memorable bits of Monkey Island, that, Thomas. Definitely, if people remember Monkey Island, they don't always remember the game, but they remember the insult sword fights. Oh look, we can also swim. I don't want to do 400 metres, that takes too long, but we can do freestyle 100 metres. Is that Senca in the background again? I think it is. I don't know. Apparently we're not doing very well. I don't even know what the keys are. Just mash button. Mash button. Looks like it. Then press button for air. It says 2008 in the background too. So yeah, again, I guess they're all from around 2008. You remember the whole game. I don't actually. A lot of the time I'll come back and just only remember parts of it, but that is one of the parts I remember. So yeah, we swam a bit, and now we can race. These even look a bit more like the final lap cars. Let's get some coin. No, you stole the coin. I want the coin. Not the banana. Got all Mario Kart on us. Hey Phil AI, or Phil I don't know how you want me to pronounce that, but welcome to the stream. I mean, you've joined me on a stream that is intentionally full of bad games, bad plug and plays that we emulated last year, the family sports units, but I hope you find something you enjoy here, even if it's just the comedy value of how pathetic some of these games are. And how I spent 5 hours playing one last night, and I'm probably going to end up spending at least 3 playing them tonight, because we're on 2 hours 40 minutes and we've still got a fair few to go. Yeah, race, collect the coins, pretend you're Mario in a final lap car. Well, there's maybe even another out there. It's like Mario Kart but bad. Final lap, straight down the screen, you see? And Cow's not even here to see it, apparently. It said final lap, Cow, if you're here. Didn't actually say it, but it was on the screen. This final lap S, yes, it really is. Oh, what's this? Don't know, but I've got stars going around my car. It's just got the worst handling ever. You basically don't feel like you're controlling the car left and right at all most of the time. Corners do basically nothing. I think I've got enough coins to pass the level. Avoid the banana. I'm in second place though. Don't want to be in second place. Suddenly Final Lap feels like a really good game. Bob goes moo and does the best cow impression. I almost could mistake you for cow there, Bob. Almost. Yeah, the graphics are pretty impressive, but the gameplay is just shocking on most of these. And this is no exception. First place, yay, goal. And no, that's not it. There is another round with a different track colour, which is going to be the same. So, temporarily quit out of that. We have now, I believe, covered all the games that are considered part of the main menu sports games. Which I believe leaves us strictly on the mini game. Oh, there's so many of them left. There's so many of them left. We're going to be here a while. Let's fire up the Denver again. Final Lap did have a NES Famicom port. Yes, I need to play that at some point, Aussie guy. Bob Cow, only 2 edits. You are possibly the same bovine. Or possibly the same puzzle. What do you do if you see a fight? God, this is another game that got ripped off in other units. So you can move position and then fire your cannons. Apparently that's not the correct way to solve this level. That went well. Let's try going that way. So your cannons always fire to the side. That also went well. Yes, crash yourself into islands. Save me the work. That works. It's a puzzle game. But it is under puzzle games. But yeah, you move, your cannons fire 2 out to the side. Ships can crash into each other. And if you end up crashing into a ship, you lose. Technically it's not an awful puzzle game. Requires a bit of thought. You get another chance. Yeah. The ships will home in on you, so you know, guide them into other things, try and make them crash. Don't do that because that's silly. There you go, it's a ship puzzle game. Yeah, it's not the best. It's better than a lot of the games on this thing, but it's not the best. How about Build a Road? This is the one that's like Risky Challenge. If you've ever played IREM's Risky Challenge arcade game, this is Risky Challenge. In a plug and play. Yeah, don't crush the girl. That's a bad idea. So you've got to build the Tetris pieces to get the girl to the exit. And not crush her. And you can also pick up the bonus things. So actually, I'm not going to say too much bad about this, apart from I just really messed it up. Because Risky Challenge, which this clones, and it obviously clones it. I mean, there is no way this is not a clone of Risky Challenge, because the Risky Challenge gameplay is entirely unique in the sense that you're using Tetris pieces to get a character to the exit across a whole screen. Yeah, launchers is a bit of a difficult one. So I don't use them, so I'm not the best person to recommend them. And everybody seems to have a different opinion. So I don't know what the different patterns on the shapes do or mean. But there we go. She should be able to climb up there and to the exit. Yeah, I mean, it's not an original gameplay idea. It's Ivem's idea. If you've not played Risky Challenge, then play Risky Challenge, because this is just like a very basic version of Risky Challenge, which, to be fair, does a good enough job of implementing the concept. It's not terrible, but it's a lot less complex than the original. You know, the gameplay is really basic here. Risky Challenge itself was a fun one to get emulated because it's... Risky Challenge is one of the few games that uses the V20... Is it V20? Or V30? And uses both the encrypted and unencrypted mode, so it has to switch between running encrypted code and non-encrypted code. And so not only did it require the encryption figuring out, it also required, you know, the CPU core to handle the being able to run either encrypted or non-encrypted depending on an opcode that got executed. So that was a fun one to get working back in the day. I worked on getting that hooked up with, I can't remember who it was. One of the Robertos who doesn't contribute, Robits I think it was, who doesn't contribute much anymore, or at all anymore. But he decrypted quite a few of the IRM games, and then I worked a bit on the CPU core to get them running. But yeah, that's a rip-off of Risky Challenge. Risky Challenge. I mean, I'm not meant to. I could briefly show it. For some reason, I'm skipping a few frames here. I'm not going to play this long, because this is technically not a plug and play. But obviously that is a knockoff of Risky Challenge, which is this one. You see, this is the original game. And you've got to build the path up to the exit. But this version is obviously the original and is far better than the plug and play game. But if you did want to know where that idea came from, this is where that idea came from. And yeah, it's a good idea, it's a good game, and is one I would absolutely recommend playing. Yeah, I need to... But this has so much more character and style. So if you're going to play a version, no, play this one. There you go. So, not a plug and play, but that's what that game is based on. So, it's worth showing because it is actually a very good concept. It's a, you know, it's a game that is worth looking at. I don't know why they called it Build Road, but they did. But yeah, the original is far better. So, there you go. A little bit of bonus content thrown in. Briefly, what is eating my CPU time right now? Apparently just OBS, so whatever. Let's continue and play more puzzle games in the Denver unit. Yeah, the original is a very good game. It's in fact, I don't think I included the original on the list of great arcade games I was making, and I probably should have done now. I'm reminded of it. But there you go. Puzzle Connection, an isometric puzzly game where you fire lasers to other targets or something. Yeah, you make the line of your laser light thing and try and get to the target. that plug and play did look amazing because it wasn't a plug and play, Bob. So what we got going on here? Yes, maybe I better clip that one out later, Aussie Guy. But I thought that one was worth showing because You know, it's not just influenced by. That one was an obvious. Yeah, we cloned the entire game concept. Not enough energy. Oh dear. There's a lack of energy there. So these rays can only extend for so long. Otherwise you will run out of energy. And you've got to get all the targets. Again, this would work better with mouse controls, but it doesn't have them, unfortunately. Although, not actually a bad concept for a plug and play game. I'm sure this must be copied from somewhere. I can't get that one anymore, can I? I blocked off my own path, I believe. Yeah. Yeah, we're back to the not quite so good games now. If we're being polite. Energy 4. Uh-oh. Not enough energy. No moves left. You get the idea. It's another puzzle game. It's not a bad one, actually. Transmover. Oh, this one. Get the key. Get to the exit. Easy enough. So... Oh, didn't want to restart the stage. You can do this, you can do this, you can walk over here, you get the key, go to the exit. Little mousey. Oh look, I'm trapped, I can't do anything. Except I can shoot that, and that teleports me to where that was, apparently. It's a very odd mechanic, but it kind of works. Now I can get up here. So I'm pretty sure I can't actually... Or can I? Yeah, I can. Okay, I can. There we go. This looks like a Kyle Hodges game. Yeah, I mean, I think it's quite an original puzzle concept, but you're right, it does have a kind of Kyle Hodges feel to it. You shoot a block and you teleport to where the block was, basically. Or you mess it up like I've probably just done there. Yeah, I think I messed that up. Yeah, I messed that up again. So, it's a puzzle game. Actually, this one's quite good. Because different blocks react in different ways when you shoot them. And working out what you can and can't do is kind of part of the challenge. So I can clear that out of the way there. Move that to there, go up here, exit the level. Actually, you know, Transmover, terrible game title, but not actually a bad game. There you go, get these down here. Nope. I probably messed it up now because I have to find it. Have I messed it up? Probably. Maybe, possibly, I don't know. It's a puzzle game. It's not a bad puzzle game. The exit looks a bit perverse. It does, doesn't it? But we won't talk about that. Pocket change. I wouldn't have much left if I was paying to play though. I can use 1 coin and have to get to 50. This looks like my stream intro. 1 coin and have to get to 10. 1 coin and I have to get to 10. 2 coins and I have to get to 15. This is shopkeeper training. 2 coins and I have to get to 55. 1 coin 50. Oh, I went beyond the... I'm beyond the monetary value. 1 coin and 50. 1 coin and 20. Time's up and levels completed. 3 coins and 60. 2 coins and 6. 3 coins and 7. 2 coins and 40. 2 coins and 55. 3 coins and 75. 3 coins and 21. Bookkeeping the game. You get the idea. It's selecting the right money and getting the right number of coins for the right change. Have we done brain? We've not done brain challenge. Math. Calculate the root plus 3. So calculate the root plus 1. Minus 2. Plus 2. Wrong way. Plus 5. Minus 3. Minus 2. Plus 4. Plus 2. Plus 7. Plus 3. Maybe we're out of time. Plus 1. Okay. Do I pass? Then it moves on to logic. Choose the right result. Oh, yeah, whatever. It's a brain test game and it's not much fun. Shape switcher. Yeah, I'd say that was probably more educational. Not a bad educational one, but this one you can go through the doors as long as they're the same shape as you are. And you can go to the panels to change what shape you are. So now I'm a triangle. Now I'm a red triangle. Now I get to the exit. I start as a red triangle. I better become a red square. Can I go through this? Yes, I can go through this. Can I go through that? I better change to this. I'm now blue. And go through this. A circle. I still go through this because it's blue. Go through that. Now I'm a square again. Go through that. Go through this because it's a circle. Go through this because it's a circle. It's red. It's a puzzle game. You change shape by going over the different things. You change colour. If you're the right shape or the right colour, you can go through the gate. Well, in this case, I have to be right shape and the right colour. I don't know. Sometimes it confuses me. I'm a blue square and then go through this one to the exit. The sound effect is a ghost getting eaten from Miss Pac-Man. It probably is. Anyway, that's a shape switcher. You don't control your shape, you just go over things that change your shape. Maze of Doors. Another one where they've got the little mascot character. So this is another early game. You push the doors around to get to the exit. And you've got a limited number of moves. Well, maybe not a limited number, but it counts them. So we're over 3 hours. There we go. But yeah, MAME is the only emulator that emulates any of these, and I guess that kind of makes it interesting in some senses. Nobody else put in the effort to try and get these running. We did. So if you want, you know, basic kids plug and play games. Yeah, a bit sucker band-like, isn't it? Just not pushing boxes, but flipping doors. I'm assuming there's a name for this puzzle game, and probably somebody owns the concept and they just copied it here. It doesn't seem like something that they're going to come up with as an original for this type of unit. It feels like it should be something somebody owns. Honestly, I don't know. It's a nice little door flipping puzzle game, to be honest. Let's go with Super Brick. Then we might move to a different category. Super Brick is Puzznik. If you played Puzznik, Taito's Puzznik, or Jail Computers Brixian, you know what Super Brick is. I think it's called Merry Diamond or something in some of the plug and play units. Quite well presented. Your generic sound effects again that are in so many of these that seem to be the puzzle loop explosion effect. Relive hours of dev testing. Yeah, so the only one I've noticed that really glitches in a bad way is one of those educational things, but I'd be very, very surprised if that is an emulation problem. I think that's just the game being broken or a bad dump. Yeah, definitely not Puzznik, is it? Is it? I don't know. It's got a magnet. Look, magnet. Don't know what you do with the magnet. Don't know why the magnet's there. Can I press the magnet? Oh, I can. Okay, the switch turns on the magnet. But I've clearly broken the level. Can't complete this. Well, maybe I can. Actually, I can. I'm wrong. I can complete it. There you go. Software develops equivalent for Stockholm Syndrome. It's got a few elements. I don't think Puzznik has lasers. Lock the laser with a crate. Don't know what we do with a stone. It just collapses. Fair enough. Not actually a bad Puzznik clone. I've played far worse, but yeah, it's a Puzznik clone. So we'll move those ones to the played list and see what we're going to look at next. The list is actually getting manageable, believe it or not. We might do this tonight. We might get through all of the plug and play games. I say that now. I bet my connection ends up going down. There were warning signs earlier. Five, 2, 1, Neo again. Right, let's go some more action games. Woo, action. Fantastic. Action. Airborne Alien is the next game. What's Airborne Alien? Airborne Alien's actually one of the alright ones. I remember this one. You're gliding your alien down and getting hearts and stuff. And cake. and dodging things. And getting to the little castle. You can get yourself trapped, unfortunately, which is how you fail a level. But, nothing complex about it, just get hearts, avoid things, get to the bottom. You can only move down, you can't move up. So, I don't know how you get certain things. Water bad. Don't get water. Is that Mario? That's Mario, isn't it? That was Mario made out of tiles. Alright, Bob, take care. I'll catch you on the next one. Thank you for being here, and thank you for being here so many times. It's always good to see you. I hope you enjoy the rest of your evening. Yeah, new Super Mario Brothers graphics, and even Mario made out of tiles. You know, as you're going to have in a plug and play. Again, sometimes they didn't quite stay on the right side of legal. It's not terrible, but just a simple concept of collecting what you can. So I think half these objects you can't get at all. There's no way you're going to get some of them because they're in places you can't get. Probably avoid spikes. Yeah, you see, avoid spikes. They hurt. 1 PM. You have plenty of the day left. Yes, it is 10:10 here. So in the evening. So there's less of the day left here, but. I will probably have committed at this point to spending the rest of it playing this absolute load of junk. Okay, this one's not too bad. It's simple. It's kind of relaxing. I wouldn't say it was action based. I would put this in relaxing, but whatever. It's Airborne Alien. Shall we go with Gliding Apple Girl? Where you... Well, that didn't work very well. I've got E-lives. 255 of them. And some things send you back up in the air. I really don't know how to play this. Apparently the coloured ones do things like catapult you higher. And I can press down to go down. What do the red ones do? Ooh, the red ones are good. I guess it's one of those distance challenge things where you have to press down at the right time to land on the tiles that send you the furthest. Oh, blue is 20. Blue is very good. Red is 10. It's 4:10 where you are in Canada. I seem to remember, Aussie guy. Game over. I ran out of speed apparently. So shall we have another look at Gliding Apple Girl? She's wearing a pumpkin suit. I guess it's seasonal. Yeah, yellow's not the best one. Blue one's the ones you really want to be going for. If you can. Oh, 40. Wow, that was good. So straight down on a blue one gives you the best bonus. Almost lost track of the lost the ground. Well, they're different colours blue. They're different types of blue. So dark blue is better than light blue. Still. Oh, that wasn't so good. It's an apple suit. It looked more like a pumpkin suit. Although, yeah, she is Gliding Apple Girl. I should have really paid attention to the title, shouldn't I? But at this point, I'm not paying attention to much at all. I'm just kind of living in a nightmare playing these games. Visually, yeah, it's not bad. It's a nice power squad. And say the Sunplus hardware is quite capable. The main issues you've got with developing for Sunplus is the minimum unit size is a word, 16-bit. A byte is 16-bit. So you're wasting a lot of memory, and also you don't have much memory. And most of these don't have any extra RAM, just the extra ROM. So you're dealing in quite a small internal memory space. So those are the limitations. The GPO 16250 games tend to have a lot of extra RAM, so that limitation doesn't apply so much. But yeah, these earlier ones, RAM is your main enemy. You don't have much RAM. Surprisingly little RAM. But yeah, let's keep going. You get the idea. You jump on the right tiles, you go further. Oh, we've gone from gliding apple girl to glide object. Select level. Oh, it's don't crash into things. It's a shoot 'em up with no shooting, where you speed up by being at the top of the screen. It's got a very fancy overhead display for a game with no real gameplay, apart from avoiding things. Tomato or strawberry to you? Well, it was called Gliding Apple Girl, so I think it's meant to be an apple, but it looked like a pumpkin to me. Maybe we've just got pumpkins on the... No, but that's a bit of a mean trap. Look at the pump action spaceship here. No, I don't know why going further forward of your wings means you go faster, but there you go. It's a pump action spaceship. Time, more time. Again, there's action is being quite kind here, I think. Best time is 80.7. Looks like Scion from Cebu, except Scion has actual shooting. This just has gliding. And then you do the whole thing again on level 2, which has less dangerous block. I don't know. Oh, those disappear, so then you can go through them. Okay. Slightly more trick. Yeah, don't crash into them still. It's an avoid 'em up, where you take a risk by going nearer the top of the screen to go faster, to get better time, but ultimately it's not fantastic. You have to slow down for the gates too, or just charge through them. Maybe, oh, that's not a strategy, you die too quickly. Best anti-shooter game ever. Yeah, there's not much shooting in that shooter. Right. Fly through flowers. We played Doo-Doo and Earthshaker before. Get the flowers, basically. And then land. It's like Choplifter, the single-screen flower edition. Why am I avoiding the health? Don't crash into the things that aren't flowers. Floating island mushrooms bad, flowers good. Now I can shoot. Get some flowers. And I can land. Now there's pine cones that are my enemy. Actually quite a good looking game. I'm assuming the graphics are probably stolen from somewhere. The music is very reminiscent of that tune that's in Soul Dam and games like Gumbo. Don't hit the pine cones, they're bad. We don't need to play any more fly through flowers. Full moon night. Oh, it's another Halloweeny one. It's got blood. I pick up that and I turn into a human. And I get the key. And I go to the exit. So I start as a werewolf, where I can attack, and get spiked. A stake through the groin. No, face the right way. Don't attack walls. There's actually blood in a unit game designed for kids. Oh dear. I mean, it's more of a nosebleed, but it's still. Now I am human again. Oh, humans get stabbed too. Heathy flower reminds you of flower. That might be because of the flowers. I would say the push Aussie guy. Flowers. That was not a bad game. Very stylish. Get the. I jumped straight into the spikes. This is level 2. Give me IQ cow again. IQ cow was easier. Now this is a bit like that Save the Fallen game, but different. Now I think I want to go and... your spring is useless. Did anybody ever tell you your spring is useless? Get the potion, get the key. Springs only work on humans apparently, because that's how springs work. Now there's a green potion that turns you into the werewolf. For a far better werewolf game, play Werewolves of London on the Amstrad CPC, which is basically an early open world type game where you can go around eating people to try and, well, while you're trying to get some gems to free yourself from a curse. But Werewolves of London is a very good game. And the CPC version is colourful, but maybe a bit slow. Teleporter? Uh-oh. Lots of coloured doors this time. I can go red door, I can become human. I can go blue door. I can go purple. No, not that. Oh dear. Well, I messed it up. Go red door, become human. Go blue door, go purple door. Actually get the key this time. Then go to the green door, then go to the exit. I prefer the song WW All. So I want to be werewolfy. I'm gonna eat you and you. Werewolf uppercut. Transform. Don't bang my head. Don't bang my head. Get key. Go to the exit. Now there's probably only about 10 levels, so we'll see how this goes. Uh-oh. There's no life counter either. Or you can jump off the top of the screen. Okay. I'm going to try and play 10 levels, because this is an actual Halloween themed game and it's October. This is the only reason I'm persevering with this nonsense. Key. It's not bad, it's a simple concept. I'm sure it'll be over like in 10 levels, like I say though. That's the problem. Most of these, even if they're okay, are very, very short. Human time. I still don't understand why only humans can bounce. That's completely illogical, but that was level 9. Now we get to level 10. Lots of spikes here. This is spiky land. Go through here. Let's do you in. Let's go leap. Leap. Door. Level complete. Wow, there's an 11th level. It doesn't end after 10 levels. I'm kind of amazed. So how many levels are there? Now I'm going to play this till the end. Technically, I probably shouldn't because we've still got plenty of games to go. Help. Moving out the way. Yeah. They just put springs everywhere. Why not? Why not? This is bouncy Halloween now. Whoa. Are you telling me there's a boss? Is this actually a boss? No, I don't want the green one. Is this like the final boss? Has this game got a final boss? Don't touch the boss thing. It's literally a boss type thing. I was not expecting a boss. I was not prepared for this. And it's really tricky because you can't be hit even once. Suddenly the difficulty ramped up quite severely. Oh, no. No, don't be human. Human bad. Unless I can just get out there as human, because there's no key, but I'm assuming the boss has got the key. Don't try and get too hit. Okay, I think we've seen enough of that. That might be the last level, but yeah, we've seen enough of it. Monkey business. Oh, another interestingly styled one, where you've got two monkeys, and the whole point is you use the other monkey to help you get up the platforms, and then have to collect the things you're knocking off with the monkey. And they go up. Don't collect. Oh, do collect the banana. Oh, I missed something. That's probably bad. So I didn't get enough points. So game over. It has a futuristic look to it somehow. So yeah, you get those. I think the bananas are actually bad, aren't they? Then you lift your monkey friend up and you collect these ones. That was bad. Bananas aren't bad, okay. But bad apples are bad. History Graphic Research GRC was formed in May of '82 by Yoshiaki Sorada, formerly from Nichibutsu Leisure System. GRC closed on June the 28th, 2005. Fact there from Aussie Guy. I don't quite know what that was related to. But here we've got the same thing, but with other things to avoid, like balls, because it's like Pang, but you can't shoot anything. And I got the bad apples. Yeah, it's a collect the items, avoid the bad items, but with a pair of monkeys who help each other climb up. A little bit like some of the parts of World of Illusion on the Mega Drive. So I think that's all the action games done. Let me move the action games out of my list. Surprisingly. But that also means that you're going to have a lot more puzzly games to look forward to again. Yeah, the graphics on that were really nice. I kind of not convinced they're original. So let's have a look at the puzzle games again. We're back to puzzle because there's good 14 or so puzzle games here that I've got to look at. We are on 3.5 hours. Joy, joy, joy. Where are we going? We're going to Panda Labyrinth. Cubit sort of perspective. So this is pushing the crates onto the buttons to open the gates, basically. So yeah, it's very Soccer Band again. Crate pushing, puzzle solving, gates opening. Bit slow paced. Fairly nice graphics, but the pace is slightly painful. Get to the exit. So, now when you're standing on one, it also opens the gate. So, that's the wrong place, isn't it? Is it? I don't know. It might be recoverable. Graphic Research's first game was Fire Battle. I played Fire Battle. There were recently some emulation improvements to Fire Battle. And their second game was Clash Road. Yeah, which runs on the same drive as Fire Battle, that makes sense. We played Gobang earlier, Erratic, and I did very bad. Yeah, this is not very smoothly animated, this one, sadly. It is a puzzle game, so maybe that's okay. Here, these characters move around, and so I need to get to the exit before they get me. There we go. Yeah, 3D Soccer Band with extra elements. And now we've got something else going on. We've got switches of some sort. Little pins. No? Possibly? Yeah, I can press the buttons this time, and they cause different combinations of gates to open. But that'll do me. That'll get me to the exit. So it's not pure Soccer Band. It's got Soccer Band elements, but it's also got other puzzly bits. In fact, you know, in terms of design, it's probably one of the better ones. This has got some gates, you see, that change direction. So when that goes down there, if I can get up here quickly, I can probably open these, force this out the way, close the gate, and get to the exit. So actually a fairly well designed little puzzle this. I'm wondering if they stole the puzzle levels from somewhere else. But, see, this one I can open the gate by standing on it and then jump apparently on the gate, but that's fine. Change how that works. So you can stand on the gates. That's a bit weird, but okay. Soccer Band Uncut. Yeah, say level 7 already. You get the idea. Actually worth playing that one. Not terrible. Oh look, chess. Chess is chess. We can move pieces forward. We can move pieces around. We can move more pieces. We can move more pieces. We can move more pieces. Probably don't really want to, but you know, we can if we want to do this. And move that. Oops, I lost my queen. Never mind. This is not how you play chess. Can I do that? I don't know. What am I doing? I forgot what I'm doing. I don't like the way you can scroll off the top of the grid. That is kind of annoying. I lost. Oh look, check. Oh, check again. This is not good. Oh, look. I'm probably going to lose. It's chess. Oh, whatever. Where do I want to go? There. You can't go there. Go here. You can lose this piece too. No. This is not how you play chess, by the way. You can lose everything apart from my king. At least chess. You know how chess works. Trying to speedrun chess does not work. Link water pipe. We're going a bit pipe mania here, but just rotating pieces rather than placing pieces. From what I remember. Are we thinking from here? I can't remember how this one works, to be honest. Turn that on. Was that level even possible? Can't be that way. Oh yeah, there we go. Ah, dear me. So yeah, again, this is quite a common game in a lot of these plug and play units. Just rotating the pipe pieces or arranging pipe pieces to make the pipes connect. Quite simple stuff, really. There we go. Quite why you want to give a duck a shower, I don't know, but yeah. Hey Stephen, welcome. I don't blame you for not wanting to stick around and watch these, but it's always good to see you. We did have the 5-hour stream last night, and we might end up with the same today, to be honest, although I am kind of rushing through these now. Classic Tangram. So we already saw one of these games earlier, except now we have to put the pieces in place. I mean, to be fair, it does show you up there roughly what you're meant to do. Although I meant to use the big piece there, aren't I? Yeah, I've done that wrong. Yeah, you hold to rotate, that was it. They look like cookies. But yeah, it shows you how to make the puzzle. Except this time you're not just clicking on pieces. You know, you are actually having to drag them into place. Which makes it a bit better than the last one. That was the position I wanted. A bit better than the last one, but it's still this, and if you don't like this, and I'm not a fan of this, this is not going to be for you. No, trying to put it in place, not rotate it again. Yeah, I say I don't mind if there's some you have to skip on, but I just thought it was worth highlighting these things because we did spend a lot of time last year emulating them, and a lot of people may still have not seen them. Or, you know, we might get people tuning in who remember these, owning them, and I'm kind of glad to see them emulated, even if they are objectively not great. This music's just too annoying to play this puzzle game too. So yeah, it's another one of those use the pieces to make the shape things. Silversphere. Another push the blocks around to make the path games. It's just like the Metal Gear Solid sound. And also avoid the other ball, yeah. It's got a nice little rolling animation. But there's not much you can say about these games, is there? You're just building a path using the boxes. Again, box pushing. Try and work out how to get the pieces where I need them to be to build a path to get to where I want to go without falling in the water. Again, it rewards patience, although there is a timer, but yeah, My Jima, very similar visual style. Doesn't play the same, but a similar visual style. What's that? Apparently, not much right now. I guess I just have to push a block onto it. There we go, the exit reveals itself. It's a switch. So, Silversphere, your sphere is silver. I guess the name makes sense. But I think you've seen it. Again, it's not a bad one. It's playable. Bomb Chain Unlimited. So you can blow up the bombs. You've got to try and blow them all up. Each one has a different range. So you see, try to place this here. Now if I blow this one up, it will in turn blow that one up. Don't think you can move these around, so no. And the number on them is how many squares they will cover. So I'm not really sure what the strategy is here. You're clearly meant to take them all out. That's still failure. I kind of feel like I don't have enough pieces here. I don't know how to do that puzzle. That's just me probably being a bit thick. What's 7? 7, I think you're trying to make 7s? I'm not sure. What on earth is this? It looks like money puzzle exchange, money idol exchanger, but far less obvious. What is happening? It has 220 unique games, yes, Stephen. Although some of them are just like picture book things that aren't really games at all. It's they clearly ran out of actual games after a while and just started putting filler on. Yeah, I don't really understand the rules of this one. It looks like it's probably quite fun. But I don't know. Pour a drink and continue. Well presented. Again, it actually seems to be a unique puzzle concept. Pieces decrease to nothing when... Yeah, the numbers on the pieces seem to decrease in certain situations, and... Very complex columns, yes. Confusing columns. That would be one. Yeah, that... So... Seems okay. I mean, I'm sure you could enjoy that if you wanted to spend time with it. Move squares. Oh yeah, each square can only be moved by the number of times listed on the square. So that can be moved once. This can be moved 2 times. See, it's 1 now. And this can be moved 3 times. And you've got to get them into the correct positions. So again, it's a box pushing puzzly type game. So this one, and you have to move them that number of times, I think. Very complex columns with very easy combos, yes. So if I move that again, I can't move it. No, I say I messed that up. Fail. I can push pieces out the way like that though, but that's not very useful. So yeah, fail again. So obviously, yeah, I see what I do here. I can move this one onto there, and then I can push them along. That works. So here I can move this one that way. It's got no moves left, but I can push it with that one. And then I can move that one there. Again, actually quite a clever puzzle game, this one. And it gets more complex. Obviously I can push things along and... Not sure this is how you're meant to solve that level, but it works. Not a bad puzzle game, no, I quite like this one. Yeah, I think that one's actually worth playing. Moving squares. Puzzle Ball. We've not played Puzzle Ball yet, have we? No, it's on my list of not played yet. Oh, this one's fun-ish. It's isometric builder thing. No, not like that. Reset. So you can click it a number of times to change the direction, or you can pick up pieces. So you're building a ramp for the ball, basically. Is that correct? No, because apparently I wasted a piece, I think. Wait, what? Do I even have enough pieces to do this? Oh yeah, I still have one of these I can use. No, don't time me out. Start. There we go. Into the hole. The 26Z/Mission 660 was co-developed by Electro Design, Forward Place and Taito. Those are quite different games, even though they're basically the same thing. So on this one you are basically building ramps for your ball. Which is kind of funky, because the ball can't drop at all. Unfortunately, unlike the intelligent cow in IQ Cow, the ball is not intelligent, so the ball does not know to stop if there is danger. But yeah, it's a 3D construction game. And obviously this time you've got arrows that point in different directions. Again, not the most entertaining one to stream, but if you want a puzzle game, yeah, that's another pretty good one. Puzzle Ball. Now, what do I expect from Puzzle Ball? But Puzzle Ball. Button Jumper. Wow. Yeah, you jump from tile to tile, and the tiles fall down, and the controls are quite slow. And you've got to clear all the tiles, or you fail. Sega's Bow Wrench and Atari's Moral Madness combined. Yeah, it's a bit like that, isn't it, Aussie Guy, the previous one? The yellow tiles are different because they change to blue after you've stepped on them once. So again, you have to plan your route around to clear all the tiles. It's a shame the controls are really lagging on this. You can't do it fast. There's a big delay in all your movements. There you go. So, Cubit the puzzle game? I don't know. I don't know what you call this one. Apart from slow, laggy controls. You get the idea. Not one of the better ones. Earn stars. Oh, this one's alright. I remember this one. You click on these to expand their radius and you try and get the stars within them. Again, it's quite an original concept, this one. Every shape controls a certain area of the screen. You can't overlap them. You've got to know which ones to expand to which levels to complete each level. I am earning these stars, yes. So start with the ones where you're obviously going to need the largest shapes. Oh, they touched there, so that's a fault. I think I expanded the bottom one a little bit too much. I think that works, but no, I messed this up, haven't I? Alright, maybe. Yeah. So that's the maximum that can be, but yeah, again, it's not a bad one. It seems quite an original concept. That has to be that one, which means that has to be that, which means that has to be that, and that's that. Yeah, okay. Now there's different elements. There's a moon in here too. So you can't touch the moon. Touching the moon is bad. Don't know what that one's for. And touching the sun is just as bad as the moon. Say, quite a stylish puzzle game. Very simple, but a bit different. And that's what I like. I like the puzzle games that are a bit different. Fill Gad Cylinders. I don't know why it's Gad, but apparently it's Gad. And this is again a case of that can hold 2. That's going to put out 2. 2 is fine. 2 completes the level. Here I can put a 2 under this one. And a 3 under this one. And again, this will be fine. If you overflow any of them, you fail. Well, if you know, if it spills out. So I have to put that on top, I think. So now you see, it's a maths puzzle because 1 and 2 is 3, so we're fine with the 3 there, and the 3 there. Yeah, I think it might be gas, but then you put in liquid in it, so I'm not sure. Maybe Gad is meant to stand for something. Now you can build the pipes like Pipe Mania. What if you don't? Well, if you don't have the pipe complete, it all falls out. Is it though? Because we're not putting gas in these, we're putting liquid. That's what's confusing. I would have thought it would be gas, but we ain't playing with gas here. We're playing with liquids and pouring them. Yeah, I think you get the idea. You can put your pipe pieces down and try to make sure everything works out. So 1 and 2 is 3. Put this one here and we tip this way. It'll also be fine. Oh yeah, maybe gasoline, you're right, not gas as in gas. So it probably is a typo, you're right. So we've been filling Gad or gas cylinders. What about a funny face? These aren't very funny faces. So you flip star-shaped pieces to try and turn everything into a face. Yeah, again, this is a game that's in lots of plug-and-play units. Personally, I can't stand it. And Happy Smile, that comes straight after it, is basically the same thing. They have 2 games in a row that are the same concept. Electro Design is also located in the Kaneko building from the July 1990 issue of Beep Mega Drive. Aussie guy again with the facts in the chat. So yeah, they basically included the same game twice with different themes. Obviously a different piece of code. It plays a little bit differently, but again it's flipping star-shaped pieces to, in this case, make all the happy smiles. I mean, again, I don't like it. Based on Lights Out, yeah. Pass Maze Road. Yeah, this one's okay. This is another one of those avoid the things and avoid the holes. Pardon me. Avoid the holes and get to the exit. Very stylish graphics. You move in tiles in this one. But no music, strangely. But now what do you do? Well, you can wrap around, you see. So while it looks like it's a plain strip, you can flip from one side to the other. And every time you move now, see these shapes will move too. But you don't want to land on them because they're bad. But you can, if you move, say it's only if you move up and down they move. So you can move across them. This one's pretty decent, well presented, nice background graphics. This is combining the holes, so we can wrap around there. That's fine. We're good. So I'm just surprised there's no music on this one. There we go. The silence is unusual. And we've got some that move down now too, so we can move down with them. There we go. Hop off it. don't want to go on the hole. You've got to pay attention to where the holes are, otherwise you will be in trouble. So you're going to be in a hole there. That's bad. Electro Design logo is in heavy unit and credited on some Supernova games. So they're kind of one of those ghost developers, I guess, who did a lot of work without ever being credited for it. Yeah, that's not the correct strategy for this level, clearly. I have to go this way. Oh no, I can just move across those arrows, can't I? Yeah, I know what I've got to do. It's actually quite nice to not have music for once, because the music... Oh, I don't know. It doesn't matter. Anyway, you get the idea. It's actually quite a good game, this Pass Maze Road with the wraparound. Some of these puzzle games are, you know, decent concepts. Return Capsule. Again, this is one of those you can only move against the walls, don't get knocked off type things. We saw Homeward Journey, was it? That was a similar game. It's a popular concept in these plug and plays. Again, it's a silent one. Unless we've just broken the unit, it's not going to play any music anymore, which might be a blessing in disguise. But yeah, a game like this is in some of the Jungle Attack units too. Strangely, not in all of them. It's one of the rarer games in the Jungle Attack units. It is unusually on one of the racing games with a steering wheel control, which is really awkward because left and right are steering and up and down are a D-pad thing. Oh look, I've messed it up now. I can't get to the exit. You get the idea. You've got a restart button if you want to, but then we've got to go through all this again. Speed up, speed up. There we go. Yeah, this is a pretty common concept. We played a version of this earlier in the stream with the sheep theme. Again, I mentioned that the Quick Snacks bonus round on Spectrum and Amstrad version of Quick Snacks is very much the same concept. It's a popular one to copy, and it is in some of the NES clones too. It's not too bad, but when you've played it more than once on different units, it's also not great. This one's a bit different. You use the telescopes to push the ball around. So you click on the end of the telescope and it can pull and push the balls. So pull it down here and push it into the hole. Kaneko's earlier games could have been done at Electro Design instead of Kaneko. Yeah, a lot of the Kaneko stuff's on kind of unusual generic hardware that doesn't quite match the latest stuff they used, and there's no real pattern to it. So there's probably, I imagine there are lots of different developers behind Kaneko's games. So we can push that up there. We can pull it down here with this one. We can push it over there with this one. We can pull it over here with this one. So this is about moving the ball around and getting in the hole. And again, it's actually a alright puzzle game, this one. So we could do that. We could push that there. Then we could push that there. Push that there. And push that there. I think you've seen what there is to see on this one. I'm blasting through the levels. But again, push that there. Now, of course, if I do this, there's nowhere it can go from here. So that's not where I want it to be. Nor is that. So, yeah, it's another alright puzzle game. It's Telescope Pole. And I believe with that, we have exhausted the puzzle category. So let me just close that for now. Move these to my done list. And assess what we have left to play. Ooh. Looking at my list, we have 7 games left. We're on 4 hours and 2 minutes. Alright, I think we can manage 7 games within the next hour without even hitting the 5-hour mark. We've done well. Ish. You love a bit of Shudo. Yeah, we played Shudo, I think the first game we played actually. A bit of Sudoku. There's so many Sudoku plug and plays. Unfortunately, Shudo doesn't have all the different designs of the dedicated ones. Although I kind of wonder if it may have been released as its own thing, because I did buy a Sudoku plug and play which looked like a Sun Plus unit that the seller never sent, or it never arrived, and I've never seen the same one since, and that looked very much like the Senca Shudo as a standalone unit. But I'd only got really rough screenshots to go by on a box, and I didn't keep them, and then the item never arrived and the auction vanished. So yeah, a bit of a shame. But it may have just been another Family Sport multi-game in a Sudoku themed unit, but it looked like it might have been. So let's divide some cookies evenly. So I think that's even. That's also not very cookie-like. Yeah, there are quite a few of them dumped, but there are definitely a few that are on different tech that aren't and are quite rare, or at least, you know, not as common as the others. So this is another educational game. Basically, you select the one that is divided evenly. Teaching kids to share? I don't know. Making kids hungry by showing them pictures of chocolate and cookies? That's the wrong one to select. That's not even. You're able to fix it with the power of soldering. It's still a shame the only medium resolution version of those handheld games like the 153-in-1 that Taizo sent didn't work, and Team York couldn't repair it. I think maybe the internal ROM on it must have been broken or something, because he just couldn't repair it, and so we couldn't dump the internal ROM, so we can't emulate it, and we've not seen another one. Because it'd be quite nice to get those medium resolution ones running too, but we need a working unit, and we need to hope that we can modify the working unit to run a replacement ROM to dump the internal ROM. Lots of things that could go wrong, but when the unit didn't work in the first place, we could only dump the external ROM, and it did turn out that one needed an internal ROM, and that's annoying when that happens. But yeah, sometimes you can repair them quite easily. I couldn't repair the spare ABO 4-player system I bought because the PCB inside it was missing. It was sold as like new and unused, and I opened up the unit, it's like there's no PCB in this. I was hoping to have a spare one of those to maybe see if Sean could hack it to see if there was an internal ROM in that one too. But yeah, that seller was a bit of a scammer. Sent me a unit with nothing inside it. I've never tried soldering outside of school. I don't know what this is, apart from you can make sounds by pressing things. And you can move on to the next shoot. I don't think there's any game here. This is the laggiest music player ever, by the way. It's really slow. So B changes the music, the main button presses the symbols, the directional pads press. There's no game here, is there? It's not my birthday. Depends what's in the Super Joy 3. I've not opened one up. If it's just a flash ROM, it'll be easy. If it's a glob on the subboard, it's relatively easy. If it's a glob on the PCB, if it's got T-SOC pads around it, then it's not too bad. If it's a glob with no pads, then it's going to be really difficult. Yeah, I think no, Gladiator is often said to be a Luma, isn't it? I think sometimes these copyright officers don't have the right information. Find the most heavy.
Find the most heavy.
Or find the heaviest. So it's clearly the monkey. Because of the seesaw. Yeah, this is another educational game. There's a mini giraffe. How is a giraffe heavier than an elephant? Like a mini giraffe. I don't know. Cow! Mini cow! Mini heavy cow. There we go. So, if it's a flash ROM, yeah, I mean, very easy to handle. I'm surprised it's not dumped in that case, but I guess there's just not the interest. I mean, I don't personally have a Super Joy 3. Sometimes they'll be encrypted. Oh, now you see it's more challenging because you've got two seesaws. So the monkey is heavier than the panda dog thing, and also heavier than the lion, so it is the monkey. And it is this thing. Yeah, you get the idea, it's another education thing. There was another cow up there, but... So, what is the most?
What is the most?
It's the last of our educational games, I believe. So there's 2 cars, so there's most cars. Yeah, these are mine. There's 3 cars. Yeah, there's 5 bananas. Yeah, there's just not been the interest in a lot of these things, I think, is the problem. And people haven't opened them up or documented them or bothered to send them because they just assume there's no interest in them. Anyway, yeah, those are the last of the relaxing games. And there's apparently 3 games left. So just over 4 hours. Escape the Trap. So that's bad. So this is a bit like a Risky Challenge, but you're telling this thing to drop things on your head. Or no, you're just waiting a while and it drops it on your head. It's a bomb. Yeah, it'd be nice to see them all dumped and documented one day. You know, there were so many of them. I've trapped myself here. This is bad. Yeah, Escape the Trap is... Wait a while, it drops pieces. You've got to form the pieces to get out the trap. Not great. Cartoon puzzle. You can swap any 2 pieces you want. It's not quite slide puzzle level of maddening. Thankfully. Oh, don't do that. Don't do that. There we go. Can the shapes be rotated? On the previous game, I don't think so. At least, maybe I just didn't press the button. Where's yeah, it's possible Illuma didn't have the trading armor. So Illuma and Seta were very close. The hardware was often Illuma marked, so maybe they just got details from that too. Are these original renders? I mean, I've not seen the images before, but I'd be kind of surprised if they were just based on, you know, what these things are. Where that goes up there, yeah. Seta did clone them. I mean, they're usually marked as Illuma, but at least in the early ones. Yeah, okay. Cartoon puzzle. Gold miner. This is another one that's on so many plug and plays and has been recoded so many times. You press the button at the right angle, it goes and gets bits of gold for you. It says press B. I don't know why. I guess press B is a power-up, isn't it? Go to target. I mean, this one plays pretty well. There's versions of this on other units that have really bad aim. This one's reasonable. There's a version of this with Spider-Man in the TV airjet thing, the Spider-Man themed one, for who knows what reason. So yeah, this is one of those, say, jungle tactic versions of this on the early units. Oh look, Big Rock. Big Rock takes a long time and doesn't get you any points. So wastes your time, basically. I think they should just hide the Dig Dug character. The Dig Dug guy is a lot better at digging out dirt. I think if you get a rock when you've got the explosive, you can blow it up. If you get the rock at all. Or just do that. Not the most thrilling game, but apparently the game we are ending on, because based on my lists, this is the last of the games. We will have played all 220 games and the Code Lyoko games, and even looked at some of the games that are only on, but the two games that are only on the GPL 16250 base units. So, anticlimactic, but I think that's it. I think that is it, because my list is exhausted, as am I. I mean, I could look at the menus where some of the games are renamed on certain units. Suicide Squad becoming Block Squad, not Bomb Squad as I said in the last thing. But since the games have no title screens for the most part, it's just a menu rename. So not fascinating. So yes, I think we're done. And we only actually went off on a random tangent and played one non-plug and play games across the whole 9 hours of these streams. And that's only because I wanted to show the original Risky Challenge, because the original Risky Challenge is a really good game that deserves being shown. Aussie Guy is still coming up with the facts there about Seta and Illuma on archive.org. Archive.org being a very useful site. A very, very valuable site for finding many things that are no longer online. But yes, I think with that, I'm going to have to full screen myself. So there we go. I'm all big and scary now. And say thank you to everybody who has been here. I mean, Aussie Guy with the facts, and Stephen who's dropped by earlier. The Pirate Gamer Boy who's been here for both the streams too. Cow was here for a little bit. Alpha's been here for quite a lot of the streams too, dropping the odd random comment. Say we've had a few people drop in and out. It's always been really good. Say Bob had to drop out earlier. And yeah, so I've enjoyed doing this. Say Mess Drive was here a bit ago. Mess Drivers. Plenty of people. Say they're not the busiest or most popular streams, I know. I mean, they're not meant to be. They're meant to demonstrate these plug and plays. In this case, I wanted to cover all the games in the family sport plug and plays by Senca. The only one we saw really glitch was one of those educational games, and like I said, I think that's just a bug in the game. I can't see how that would be a bug in the Sun Plus emulation. Either it's a bug in the game and they're not disabling the sprites, or it's a ROM dump issue. I'm not sure. It could be either. Most of these things use the cheapest possible flash ROMs, usually recycled ones. I mean, we've seen ones with labels still from Japanese pachinko machines on, where they've just reprogrammed them and used them in these units. So they're not the highest quality, so there might be a few bad bytes in them. But when you've got multiple copies of each game, you can always compare them from different units. And so that's why it's a good idea to get a lot of them dumped as well, because the actual game code doesn't change much, especially on these Sun Plus ones. It's not like the NES VT ones where there are lots of revisions of the games. Typically here the game code doesn't change, just the menu code now and again. Oh, you're still here, Evie. Well, I'll be talking to you in a little bit then. It's good to know you're still here. But yes, thank you everybody. And I think I'll probably be in another bad game stream at some point. I don't know which unit I'm going to be looking at next. Maybe the Zone 40 series games, whatever you want to call them. Although I'd probably have to hook the Sun Plus side back up to the Mega Drive emulation for the Reactor MD, because at the moment I disabled it so that we could concentrate on the Mega Drive side. That's a weird hybrid unit. But anyway, I don't know. I'll look at it. Maybe I'll do the Jungle Attack plug and plays, which, you know, I think one of the Lexi Book units has the most of those on. I'll have a think about it and see what I'm going to do. Stream the Solar Game thing. The problem is a lot of the Solar Games ones don't run that well because of the underlying NES emulation, although I may look at it. We'll see. I'll have a think about it, and I'll prepare the next stream, and I don't know if it will be before or after Play Expo Blackpool at the weekend, because I need to get plenty of rest for that, and I'll probably be pretty tired after that. But we'll see how things pan out, and I might extend these plug and play series into the next month or something like that. But anyway, take care everybody. It's been good seeing you all, and I will see you on the next one, I hope. So let's press outro, and there we go. Thank you everybody.